When magnetic fields move and electrons start flowing. When you feel that anything is possible. When the night can turn into day. Then a new modern world is possible. Electricity gives impulse to our imagination. Passion and precision are at the heart of our work. Anytime.
Illwerke VKW. Energie für Generationen.
Welcome to WeAreDevelopers Live Week number 3, dear developers. So, obviously, this is a virtual event, otherwise we would be sitting in these cozy seats in Hofburg at the Vienna Congress 2020. But nevertheless, you are some kind of close to Vienna because our main partners this week are the Vienna Business Agency and the City of Vienna. We want to thank our main partners, of course. We also want to thank our partners. You already saw some of them pushing videos in the beginning of this stream. And we also want to thank our media partners. And last but not least, our community partners who always make sure that we have somebody to talk to. The topic of the day has something to do with the future or the present. Sometimes these words are more or less the same thing. So I just want you to keep something in mind. At the moment, there is a question running over there in Slido as a poll asking you if you ever had some security issues to fix in a single page application. So that's the question. Then the good news. Yesterday I announced that there is a coding for kids for live online workshops, and we're all booked out, and DaVinci Labs is very happy and already working to create the next generation of developers, or at least to get them interested and get them an understanding of what this whole digital thing actually is, does, and how it works. That's a good thing. Yeah, so there are only two things which I should mention, and my colleague for sure will kick me under the table if I do not do. There is a survey in a wrap-up mail every evening. You can take part and win Amazon vouchers or 1 out of 30 goodie bags powered by Vienna Tourist Boards, where if you want to have nice espresso cups, I would opt for the goodie bags. Yeah, you will find the website on the webpage. And other than that, there is only the code of conduct between you and the program. And the short version of the code of conduct goes something like this: behave, or, and the long version is Hello, Tom. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Okay. You are with SBA Research since 2010.
Yes, 10 years this year. So I'm one of the old folks in this company, actually.
Hard to imagine, yeah. So you will also have seen a lot of security things and penetration testing stuff in your lifetime, or?
Yes, I have seen a lot of good things, a lot of bad things as well. I see repeating patterns in software security and insecurity, and especially for single page applications, I want to share what I've learned throughout the years, what we need to look out for.
Oh, perfect. So I will mute my camera and microphone and we'll come back after your presentation.
Yes.
See you.
All right. So welcome everybody to this talk at We Are Developers Live Week. I'm very proud to be part of this. Thanks for having me. Today we talk about single page application security. That's a very important topic, I think, because single page applications are everywhere nowadays already. Stefan already presented me. My name is Tom. I work for a research center for information security. It's called SBA Research in Vienna, in the 4th district. And I do software security. So I started with penetration testing, as that's what I still do. I specialize in web and mobile applications. And I also do some software. I'm also a developer. So I do an internal project also with the single page application framework. I do lots of security training for software developers. So teach them how to code securely. And I'm also one of the founders of the Sec4Dev conference and bootcamps, a conference for developers as well, with a special focus on security. I'll get back to that in the end because you can win a free ticket to the conference. Question, can we have the slides? Yes, you can. So I shared the link to the slides on Twitter. So it's _Thomas Konrad. You can find the link there if you want to follow along or take notes or anything. Great. So single page applications, just a very small introduction. What is the difference between a classic web application where the HTML is rendered on the server side and pushed back and forth between the browser and the server all the time, and what's a single page application? So in the classic web application world, you would send a request to the server and you get back the whole HTML, everything included, markdown and a markup and the content. Sorry. Then you post something, for example, to the server, you get back the whole HTML, including the markup and the content again. That's inherently inefficient, and we have a very bad separation of concerns because everything is done on the server. It does the markup, it does the content. It shouldn't be like that. And that's one reason probably why single page applications were invented, or the frameworks were invented. Now you do the initial request, you get the base HTML, so the base markup of the web application, and everything else from that point on is just transferred back and forth with, for example, JSON or any other format. JSON is the most widely used one probably. So it's way less data being sent back and forth between the browser and the server, which is good. This has advantages. The first and foremost advantage is speed. You don't have to transfer a lot of data all the time. It's only the data that changes or just the data that you need in the page that you're viewing, which is less data being transferred, which means it's faster. The second advantage, which is quite obvious, is that you can reuse APIs. So when you do a single page applications, you typically have something like a GraphQL or REST API, and you can use that with your mobile app as well. Right? You can use it for different clients, not just that one client in the browser. And what's good for security is the separation of concerns. We have everything that is data management on the backend in the API, and we have everything that's presentation and forms and data input. That's all encapsulated in a single page application. So that has advantages for security. Single page application frameworks mean a big win. They have improved security web applications in general because they have a better separation of concerns. But there's this big but here on the bottom, and it's there because security still is not a solved problem in single page applications. We're not done yet, unfortunately. And we will sum up in this talk what you need to look out for. We will have a look at these 3 frameworks. They are probably the most popular ones right now, and we will compare their some of their security features and see how they work internally. So be prepared to see lots of code and examples and checklists, okay? If you have a look at the security concerns that are relevant for single-page applications, it's a lot of things, but the cross-site scripting problem, I'll get into what exactly that is the biggest one. Because what you do in single-page applications, you take data that possibly comes from an untrusted source, such as from another user that has input that data, and it's shown in your browser. And you mix HTML markup with data. And somebody could possibly inject code into your browser and execute it there. That's cross-site scripting, and that's the main problem in single-page applications. All the others, such as, for example, cross-site request forgery or cross-origin resource sharing, these are things that have touch points with single-page applications. So a part of the implementation needs to be done in the SPA, but it's not the main concern of the front end, right? So that's why we focus on cross-site scripting for now. What is cross-site scripting? Again, a very short recap. Imagine you have a web application and you have this perpetrator here on the bottom left. They can input data into the application. Imagine you're creating an application, a messenger application where you can write messages to other people. They could possibly inject a message that contains script code into the application that's stored somewhere in the database. And when you visit the web application, that code, that JavaScript code, that script tag or JavaScript event handler is not well enough separated from the markup, and it can lead to code execution. And the code, the JavaScript code typically, will be executed in your browser. So the perpetrator can interact with the web application, in your name. So they sit in your browser and can execute code as if you were acting in the application. There are many types of cross-site scripting. It's reflected XSS, stored XSS, and DOM-based XSS. You might have heard of those three types. If you think of single-page applications, it's always DOM-based cross-site scripting, although it can take the shape of stored or reflected. That depends on how it's done. DOM-based XSS means you use the DOM, you use the document object model, and you call a function, an insecure function, and unsafe or untrusted data goes into the function. That leads to code execution. That's DOM XSS. It's easy to introduce, and it's hard to detect, unfortunately. Let me give you a very, very basic example. Look at this application. We have this fragment here in the URL, and that fragment contains an image tag, and that image tag contains a JavaScript event handler. It opens up an alert box. Usually an attacker would do something more malicious, but that's just for the sake of the example. Now imagine this JavaScript code here. You take that hash value, so everything that's in red up here, and you query for a certain element in the DOM, and you set the inner HTML to that value in red. Now what happens if you use inner HTML? Inner HTML is one of those dangerous functions or DOM properties that when you assign something that's not trusted, it could lead to code execution. In this case, code would immediately execute. So this JavaScript code here would immediately execute because source X is an invalid image source. It fires the on-error event handler and the alert box is going to open. So by sending you this link to this application that contains that code here, an attacker can execute arbitrary JavaScript code in your user context. So they can steal your session. They can act as if they were you. That's a basic example of a DOM XSS. Now, we took the most important example of a DOM XSS sync, that's inner HTML, but there are tons of others. I've included a link here on the right side. So all the functions in the DOM or the properties in the DOM that can lead to code execution. Here's just a little tag cloud that contains the most important ones, right? So if you assign an untrusted string to any of those functions here in your DOM, in your application, an attacker might be able to execute arbitrary code in the name of other users. So watch out for these. We will have a look at this specific inner HTML property now in the three most prevalent frameworks, which is Angular, React, and Vue.js. Imagine we have the string, and this is coming from an attacker potentially, right? Imagine this is a message that is coming from in your messaging application from a different user. Now, these three frameworks, they come with their own template language, which is converted to JavaScript in the background. they kind of abstract some things away from you, and they give you a limited set of functionality of the DOM that you can use in the templates. If you want to set the inner HTML in Angular, what you do is you write square bracket inner HTML equals and then the variable, right? If you do the same thing in React, it is like that. You say dangerously set inner HTML and you assign it the variable. In Vue.js, it's v-html and the variable. Now, if you compare the three frameworks, there's a big difference in how they handle the security behind it. You would use inner HTML if you get HTML formatted text, for example, from your API, and you want to display that including the format. So you want those strong tags and the italic tags, and you want everything inside, right? But that automatically enables you to also include JavaScript code with JavaScript event handlers. Angular, however, sanitizes that, right? So if you take this string up here, which contains potentially dangerous JavaScript code, it results in just image source equals X. So the JavaScript event handler is stripped out, and that's a good thing. It includes a sanitizer. So you are on the safe side if you use Angular the standard way and you don't disable the sanitizer, you're safe because it's going to be sanitized. When you use React, at least it makes you fear that you're screwing it up, right? It says dangerously set in HTML. You kind of get the feeling that something is wrong here. You need to really, really make sure that this is coming from a trusted source and not from a different user of your application, for example. When we do the same thing for Vue.js, it makes you feel safe because there's no warning or anything. You can read that in the documentation. It says there that this can be dangerous, and you should make sure that it comes from a trusted source, but you're not safe by default, right? So inner HTML is the most important DOM XSS sync that these three frameworks offer you in their template API. Watch out, if you use Angular, you're usually on the safe side. If you use React, just make very, very sure that that this is coming from a trusted source. Same for Vue.js, although there's no warning or anything. This is the first and most important DOM XSS sync, inner HTML. The second one, and this is maybe less intuitive, is that the href, so the horizontal reference attribute of the anchor tag of the link, can also contain JavaScript. Think of the following example. If you assign this to an href attribute of your anchor tag, it's going to be executing that alert box or anything that you write in here, any JavaScript code that you put in here. So if you assign an href attribute in Angular with square brackets, and you do this, Angular sanitizes this again. So it's going to put an unsafe colon in front of that string. So I'm just going to remove this for a short second. So React doesn't do anything. It doesn't even say you dangerously set href or something like that. It makes you feel safe again. So you should really watch out that this is coming from a trusted source, because an attacker, if they can manipulate this link, for example, you have an application where you manage link collections, right? And you have a list of links, then they can potentially execute JavaScript when that target user clicks on that link. But there's one good thing about it is that when you do that, you get a warning in the console. You might have seen that already. Future versions of React will block those JavaScript colon URLs and not allow you to do that, because that's Vue.js, again, makes you feel safe when you use that, but it's not safe. Again, you can use JavaScript colon as an input to execute arbitrary JavaScript code in their name. And that's dangerous, of course. There are other potential DOM XSS syncs in single page applications. So APIs that they offer you that can be dangerous. Say, for example, you have a dynamic script tag somewhere in application. By the way, this can be a symptom of bad application design if you have that. And you assign it a dynamic source value. That's something that you should not do, because if an attacker can manipulate that source value, they can point it to a script that's hosted on their server. Although that's on a different origin, it's going to be executed in the origin of your application, right? The same origin policy does not block you from including scripts from different origins. Don't use dynamic style attributes, because style attributes can, in some cases, also contain JavaScript code. I have to admit that that's a bit of an esoteric thing, because only old browsers have this. I think some older versions of Internet Explorer have this expression syntax that can contain JavaScript inside CSS. But there are some other potential things. It's not 100% safe to use that dynamically. Also be careful with dynamic resources such as URLs, image for images and fonts. It would be best not to use dynamic values that can be submitted by a user with lower privileges. Great. So to sum this up, the dangerous APIs that the single page application frameworks offer you that can be dangerous is inner HTML. That's first and foremost, the most widely used in penetration tests. This is the most widely, the most prevalent XSS vulnerability that I find in penetration testing. Then there's the href attribute that can contain JavaScript : and then there's these other functionalities like source attributes of script tags, style attributes, and resource URLs that you should watch out for. Let me mention one thing. As we said, Angular comes with a sanitizer. It sanitizes inner HTML, it sanitizes URLs, it sanitizes resource URLs, source attributes. So all those 4 things, there are sanitizers for that. The other frameworks do not have this. So imagine, for example, you're getting formatted HTML text, say from an API of a content management system, and you want to display news boxes in your application, for example, that should be formatted. Be careful. Don't just set inner HTML and that's it. With Angular, you can do this because it sanitizes everything out that can be JavaScript code, but the other frameworks don't. So if you use one of the other frameworks or even a completely different framework that does not sanitization, what you can use instead is DOM Purify. That's a very good JavaScript library for sanitization. So here's a code example. You can pass a string like this one, the image tag that you have seen before, to the sanitize function, and it becomes image source equals X. The on-error JavaScript event handler is stripped out again. Same goes for SVG, same goes for iframe, SRC attributes, and so on and so forth. So it really makes sure that there's no JavaScript, no dynamic code included in your HTML. The problem or the limitation of the Angular sanitizer is that it's very strict. It only allows a very, very limited set of elements and a very limited set of attributes. And that's usually, or that's often a problem, because people, for example, want to use the style attribute anyway, or they have a custom attribute that they want to use and they use for any stylings or anything like that. Now, what people do in that case, if they need more attributes or more elements than the sanitizer allows, they do bypass security trust HTML, and that is dangerous because then you effectively turn off the sanitizer. You don't have this sanitization protection anymore that Angular is so well known for. Don't do this, okay? Don't copy this code. What you can do, however, if you need specific tags, if you need specific attributes, you can do bypass security trust HTML, but at the same time, you can pass DOM Purify sanitize function. So let DOM Purify do the job of sanitization, because DOM Purify offers you more opportunities and more possibilities. You can say, for example, I need this custom element, or I need this x-something custom attribute. This library does allow you to add attributes that you need, right, from your HTML. So that would be a possibility. Be careful with the style attribute. More information here on the bottom with those links. Now, the single page application frameworks, they give you a very nice templating engine. And with this templating engine, you have a nice abstraction of the DOM, and you have nice functionalities. You can do for loops over your HTML elements. You can do ifs, and you can show elements only under certain circumstances. And it gives you lots of possibilities. And for the most part, they protect you from cross-scripting with the exceptions that we mentioned before. But if you don't use that happy path, if you don't use the path that the framework suggests you to write templates, then there is still a danger of cross-scripting. And that is if you call DOM functions, dangerous DOM functions, directly without the templating engine of your framework. And here on the bottom, I have written some very popular examples of DOM XSS syncs. So DOM XSS functions that when you pass them an untrusted string, it can lead to script execution. The most important one here, or one of the most important ones is the document.write. So if you do document write and you write this element again, this image tag with JavaScript event handler to it, it's going to be immediately executed. If this red part here is coming from an untrusted source, such as a different user in the system, you have cross-site scripting. Although you have the best framework, you're using Angular, it has an automatic sanitizer and all that stuff. If you do this, you're screwed again. Don't do, I call that DOM Kung Fu. So that's also a sign or a symptom of bad application design. You shouldn't write elements to the DOM directly with document write. You should use the template engine that comes with Angular, because it sanitizes automatically and it gives you a safe environment to mangle with the DOM. Also the function constructor, I don't know if you knew that, if you pass it a string, that code of that function in here is going to be executed if you do this, the brackets at the end. Again, that's a DOM XSS sync. Also set timeout and set interval, but only if you've passed them a string as a first argument, not a function. If you pass them a function, the function is obviously executed, but if you passed it a string, it's eval. So it's eval is going to be executed in there. Eval is a very obvious DOM XSS thing. So everything, if this is untrusted, that person who is the origin of this string is going to be able to execute JavaScript again. And again, if you call inner HTML directly on the element, not through the Angular sanitizer or the Angular template engine, XSS again. Don't do this directly. This is what I call DOM Kung Fu. Don't do DOM Kung Fu. The frameworks do that really well, usually. These are just for a couple of examples. There are more than 60 DOM XSS syncs in the DOM. The DOM is a mess. The DOM is complicated, and there's lots of DOM XSS syncs. If you want to know more, here is a link to a GitHub project where you can find more such DOM XSS syncs. Great, so we have talked about how to use the framework and what to avoid and how to avoid some common pitfalls, such as the inner HTML and the href and direct DOM usage. Now, if you want a solid defense in-depth strategy against cross-site scripting, that's what the content security policy was made for. The content security policy is usually an HTTP response header. So when you send the HTTP GET request to your / so to the root of your web application, you get back that initial HTML. This is where an HTTP header is included in response that tells the browser some security restrictions for that website. And you can say, for example, you only want the script sources to come from the own host self, that's the same origin, or from that specific CDN. So if an attacker tries to include their script on evil.com or something like this, the browser is going to refuse to load that script. So an attacker is going to have a harder time to include their script in your page with this cross-site scripting attack. Now, even more important probably for the content security policy functionality is that inline scripts are prohibited. You're not able to have inline scripts anymore. And be aware that when you code your, Vue.js project and you have your Vue files, this is not inline scripts when it is in a browser, because your Webpack pipeline is going to convert that to JavaScript code and it's going to be included in your initial HTML. So that works in combination with single page applications. Inline scripts are prohibited. Eval is prohibited. Set timeout and set interval with those inline string passed to it is prohibited. And the function constructor. So these DOM XSS things the popular ones that I showed you before, some of them are prohibited, and that's a good thing. So it limits what the browser can do in terms of JavaScript execution. Now, content security policy and single page application frameworks are friends because they work very well together. Why is that? Because the CSP disables inline scripts, but we don't have any inline scripts. That's the only, in a classic SPA, that's the only HTML you will ever have. That's the only HTML that's ever going to be sent from the server to the browser. And in here you have JavaScript files included, like your app, your vendors, your CSS, and so on. There is no inline script anymore in JavaScript files. There's no inline script, nothing like a script tag anymore. So you can usually, if you don't do lots of Kung Fu, you can usually enable content security policy in your SPA. and that's going to protect you from a cross-scripting attack. Even though something might be wrong, or you might have forgotten to sanitize a string that's coming from an untrusted source, the content security policy can act as a good defense in depth, so a second layer of defense. Make sure to get everything right before that, and to scan your code, to Control-Shift-F your code for dynamic inner HTML and stuff like that before you enable a content security policy. The future of the content security policy, and that's not implemented in most browsers yet, is trusted types. And you might have heard of that, and that's a really, really cool thing. It's going to make the web more secure once it's deployed on a wide scale. That disables passing strings to those dangerous functions in the DOM. So you can't just take a string and pass it there. You have to use an object, and you have to use an object of a certain type. And you can therefore make sure on a centralized spot in your code that everything is sanitized that goes to DOM XSS sinks. And that trusted types directive of the content security policy makes sure that no string is passed. So if you try to pass a string to an unsafe DOM API, and you have this trusted types directive enabled in your content security policy, the browser is going to throw a warning and not allow that. So cross-scripting is not possible. It's basically a strongly typed DOM API, if you think of that in another way. So if you enable trusted types like this is what the directive would look like, trusted types. And you assign inner HTML, the most popular DOM XSS sink probably, it's going to throw an error and say this is not allowed because you're assigning a string, which is not allowed. We're only assigning trusted type objects or trusted HTML objects in this case. That's future. That's not, you can't do this already because browsers are not supporting it. I think Chrome is starting to ship that functionality. I'm not sure if it's behind a feature flag still or already enabled. We'll have to look that up. But we can use that in the future and make the applications more secure against this. So it says here, it will be shipped with Chromium greater than or equal to greater than 82. We will see. I asked Chris Kotowitz of Google, who is very active in the world of content security policy, DOM, XSS, and also the trusted types directive, and also Angular, whether Angular has native support for the trusted types directive. And he said it's not yet supported, but it's high on their to-do list. So expect Angular to be the first SPA framework to support trusted types natively. And this is awesome. This is really cool. So if you want to protect yourself against cross-site scripting in your application, make sure to take this checklist and maybe the slides as a reference. Follow the happy path. Don't do DOM Kung Fu. So don't use direct DOM functions in your JavaScript code or TypeScript code of your single page application repository. Use the happy path. Use template engines. Use whatever the framework recommends you. That's usually a lot safer than just using the DOM directly. You could go ahead, for example, and blacklist common DOM XSS sinks with the linter, or it could be as easy as grabbing them out. Or I don't know, use samgrep or something like that. So to make sure that in your pipeline, you have maybe an automated check to check for certain vulnerabilities, check for those DOM XSS sinks that I mentioned before and that are on the DOM XSS wiki on GitHub. The link is on the slide. If you have to process HTML that's formatted, such as, for example, you're getting formatted content from a content management system or any formatted text on a news section of your website, use DOM Purify. That's a very good purification or sanitization library written in JavaScript. It's very fast, it's very small, it's very well tested. It's made by Mario Heiderich, which is the god of cross-site scripting, and it's protection against cross-site scripting. So you can rely on the fact that it's really well done. Use event handlers instead of dynamic href. So be careful with href. It's not very obvious, but you can have JavaScript code in there. Do not use dynamic source attributes and style attributes. That they can be a symptom of bad application design. If you have to think of whether you can maybe solve the problem in a different way. Be careful also with dynamic resource URLs, such as to images, fonts, and etc. Don't use non-trusted templates. I've seen applications that fetch templates. They have the application in development mode, fetch templates from the server and render it there. That's not happy path, that's Kung Fu again. So make sure not to do that. And last but not least, as a second line of defense that is very effective, use a sensible content security policy that works for you. When you get started with the content security policy, you can use a report-only mode so that the browser reports if you have a violation, but does not disable the script from its execution. That can be a very effective way of, implementing a content security policy and then gain some trust by, letting it run and see if there are any violations, but without actually blocking that script. So report-only mode, Google that for content security policy. All right, we've talked a lot about cross-site scripting. You see, it's not an easy problem to solve. And first and foremost, the problem is not solved yet. We're not where we have to be, but we are way further than we were a couple of years ago when single-page application frameworks were not out there yet. We have come a lot further, and we have advanced a lot in this. We have a better separation of concerns. We have a limited template engine API that only lets you use mostly safe functions, and there are some of those where you need to watch out for potential security problems. Now, it's not only your code that can be vulnerable to cross-site scripting. It can also potentially be external code. It can be code in libraries that you include, right? And we will have a look at this and approaches to get this under control. Now, I've started, that was recently a new Angular project, and I just had this Hello World sample code in there. And if you do a count lines of code in that node modules folder where all the JavaScript libraries are copied to, you can see that this welcome sample application includes or has in the node modules folder 3.2 million lines of code. 3.2 million lines of code for Hello World. Of course, not all of that is actually used in the target application, and most of the code isn't even used. And it's going to be tree-shaked off the final JavaScript files. But still, it's potentially 3.2 million lines of code that can contain vulnerabilities. So we need to have an eye on this. There's npm audit that you can use to find known vulnerabilities in this code. Don't set yourself the target to have a look at all the code that you use in libraries. That's impossible. There are, I don't know, hundreds of maintainers, and you don't know if you can trust them. It's a very hard problem, actually. But you can search for known problems, for known vulnerabilities. And I suggest you to do that, because that's the minimum that you can do. And that's basically all you can do. Automate dependency checks. That's really important. If you go a first step towards automation, that's for single page applications or for APIs or for backend, for every piece of software. If you start with automation, start with dependency checks, because the dependencies, the libraries, they make up usually at least 2/3, if not more, of your code of the application. So trigger those checks automatically and fail the build if there's a known vulnerability in there. Do it regularly. So if you don't push anything to the code repository, still run those codes on a regular basis. So that's the basic thing that I think every piece of software should do. Advanced measure would be have a good test coverage in your application. Have a bot submit a pull request with updates if a new version of a library comes out within the range of your major version, and merge it automatically if tests are green. That pushes you in front of the wave of library updates, and maybe only in 10 to 20% of the cases you have to interact and you have to do something manually, because usually it's just minor updates or small security fixes that are backwards compatible. That would be really cool if you had that, because that's little work and a lot of progress in the update process. There's a few more things that I want to mention in terms of security that are important in web applications that are not necessarily single page application only, but are important. Use TLS, use strict transport security, and use TLS preload. We want the whole web to be on encrypted connections from the browser to the server. Please, we need to reach something close to 100%. Use the same site cookie flag for your implicit authentication, so for your session cookies, to protect yourself against cross-site request forgery. If you use local storage or anything else for your session tokens, cross-site request forgery is not a problem for you. You can forget about it. Don't use an asterisk or any whitelist or origin reflection for core. So if you send a cross-origin request, for example, from example.com to API example.com, that's cross-origin, and you need to explicitly whitelist that client don't just use an asterisk or don't just reflect the origin back. That is dangerous. That's not just cross-site request forgery, that's read and write access. That's cross-site request forgery gold-plated for the attacker, not for you, unfortunately. For WebSocket connections, check the origins of where the request is coming from on the server side. Very important. Otherwise, other origins can connect to your WebSocket and read data from there. Never render single-page application templates dynamically on the server. That's a client thing. And you want to build your application using Webpack or something similar and then deploy it. Never use dynamic templates. So that's it. I mentioned in the beginning that I'm one of the founders of the Sec4Dev conference. Just very quick mentioning what that is. It's a conference especially for developers, not for security people, especially. I mean, everyone is welcome, but it's targeted towards developers. It's from February 22nd to 25th, and it's all virtual, like this live week here, for pretty obvious reasons. And we have really world-renowned speakers this time, which is cool. So the virtual conference gives us the opportunity to invite speakers from across the ocean. They don't have to fly over the ocean, and it's easier to get them to speak at our event. And our keynote speaker is Tanya Janka, who is awesome and specializing in application security. We have Julien Veillon. He wrote the book Securing DevOps, and he was the former operations security guy at Mozilla, and other awesome speakers. We have 2-day boot camps that are on the first 2 days of the conference, so 22, 23, cloud security, API security, and Kubernetes security. And I have a free ticket to give away for you. So if you like or retweet this tweet here, you can win a ticket to the conference, so the single track conference on the 3rd and 4th day. If you don't have Twitter, just email us at info@sec4dev.io, and we will include you also in that competition. So I'll give you a couple of seconds to either scan that code. It's not a scam, I swear. I know I'm a security person and you have to be skeptical. But if you don't trust me, just take a picture of the link and type it if you want. But I can promise, I swear, it's not a scam or anything, and we don't use your data for anything else but this competition. Great. So I'm ready to take questions.
So, hi.
Hi.
There are some questions. One remark for me, I used my colleague's phone to test the QR code. Mm-hmm. It's clean. So
it's clean. Great. So there you have it. Independent check of Stefan, and he says it's clean, so you can use it.
I already retweeted. Okay. So we have some questions. The first is from Candida. One thing, Thomas, what about authentication tokens in Spring Security plus JWT melted with Angular? In which point can be secured and not?
That's a tough question. That's a whole talk. I will try to be very, very brief. If you use stateless tokens,
just one thing, can you stop the screen sharing? Then your face is much bigger and much more beautiful. Thank you.
Okay, to answer that question, so tokens for authentication, that's explicit authentication, which means that not for every HTTP request, that token is not automatically attached to each request. So you have to do that manually. Usually you have an interceptor somewhere in your Angular project where you attach that as a bearer token, for example, and send it to the server. That has a couple of advantages. One advantage is that cross-origin requests are not authenticated, and that makes you safe from cross-site request forgery attacks. But the question was, is it safe to use JSON Web Tokens as an authentication mechanism and how to store them? That's how I understood the question. People or developers use JSON Web Tokens for statelessness. They want to achieve that they don't have to have a shared session storage when they, for example, have a Kubernetes environment with thousands of pods, and every pod has to be able to independently validate the token and the session inside. So for scalability, it's a good thing. There are just a couple of pitfalls that you can run into. So make sure to use asymmetric encryption for the signature, something like RSA or elliptic curves. Don't use symmetric encryption, because then for validation and signature, it's the same key. And that means every pod can also sign tokens for any other client. And that's insecure. Make sure to use asymmetric encryption. Make sure to use updated libraries for the verification, because there has been this algorithm non-bug where you could just take out the signature of the JSON Web Token, write algorithm non in the header, and then some libraries would have taken that as a validly signed JSON Web Token, which is dangerous, of course, and which is absurd because there's no signature in there. There's also some signature algorithm juggling attacks between asymmetric and symmetric encryption like HMAC. Make sure to be up to date with your libraries. Make sure to only accept one algorithm for signatures. Make sure to use asymmetric signature. It's not ideal for some reasons if you use JSON Web Tokens, because you don't have inactivity timeouts. That does not work. On the server side, you cannot invalidate the token. That's a disadvantage, because you would have to work with refresh tokens, or you have to invalidate a token by storing in a database. Then you have to have a centralized session storage anyway, which doesn't give you an advantage. So make sure to really have a mechanism to refresh tokens with a short interval of, say, for example, 5 minutes, so that the session, when you log out, that it's valid for a maximum of 5 minutes. If you have random session tokens, then this cannot happen, because you can invalidate that session token on the server side and the session is over, 100% sure. With JSON Web Tokens, this is not possible, or just in intervals of X minutes. In terms of storage and in terms of cross-site scripting, speaking of which, local storage is more dangerous. Why? Because you can mark a cookie as HTTP only. That means you cannot read the cookie from JavaScript code if you mark it as HTTP only. You cannot do this with local storage, obviously, because JavaScript is the only source where you could read or write stuff in local storage. So that's a bit of a disadvantage that you have with storing those things in local storage. I would go that way if I have a good confidence that I don't have cross-site scripting in an application by following the advice and checklist that I had in this presentation. I hope that answers the question. It's not as interactive as with real people, and you cannot maybe add something to the question if I didn't answer it accordingly.
This Anonymous well, it's not one person, it's a lot of persons, obviously, added, consider using a fingerprint cookie for the JWT. So, yeah. A
fingerprint cookie, so using JWT and a cookie at the same time, that could be a valid approach, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just have to watch out that don't make your approach and don't make your solution more complex than the initial problem. So when people use JSON Web Tokens as their session token, what I tend to see is that the initial problem was we don't have statelessness with all our horizontally scaled application pods. We want to be stateless. Okay, we introduce JSON Web Tokens. Mm-hmm. Oh, we don't have session timeouts and inactivity timeouts anymore. Okay, we need a refresh token. Problem solved. Okay. Oh, we have the danger of cross-site scripting reading our tokens. We have to add a cookie that has a fingerprint, whatever. So you keep piling up solutions to smaller problems, and just make sure that it's not more complex than the initial solution. That's what complexity is the killer. The enemy, yeah. Really. And anything else.
Yeah. Manu DevOps says good presentation, and he also says which one question will you ask if you were a judge in a demo day pitching to measure the security of an Angular app?
Is there bypass security trust HTML somewhere in your code? If you look for that, when I do code reviews, I sometimes do code reviews with people on a very quick basis. So we check the whole software development process from requirements analysis, design, implementation, and we usually only have very little time for the implementation part because we have to look at other things like automated testing, supply chain security, requirements analysis, and so on. And so if I have very little time and I have to ask any one question with an Angular application, please do Control-Shift-F and search for bypass security trust. If that turns up in the search results, we potentially have a problem.
Potentially, I left
that. Depending on where the source of the data is.
Okay. And then another question from Anonymous. In your opinion, is WebAssembly making the security risk bigger or smaller?
That's a tough question. I think that especially in the beginning, when this starts taking off, we will see also browser bugs. And as WebAssembly, WebAssembly is about performance. And being about performance means that these things are usually implemented in a lower level language, so it depends on the browser, potentially non-memory safe languages such as C and C++. And that again can open the code up for buffer overflow vulnerabilities. Every time where we have performance critical code that's implemented in a low level language, we have the possibility of buffer overflow vulnerabilities and so on. So I think that in the beginning, we're going to see vulnerabilities in the browser that can be exploited to exploit the browser itself and to get from a cross-scripting vulnerability, maybe even to the operating system level and execute code there. So I think we're going to see some of those. But it really depends on which language the browser vendors use to implement the engines below. I'm not aware of whether, for example, Firefox uses Go or something like that. If in Go, for example, we're not as low level as C, and we have memory safety by default. So that means we don't have things like buffer overflows. You can still screw it up, but it's less likely. So I think we're going to see that. And other than that, I don't see any inherent security problem in WebAssembly. I think the good thing about it is that people are using the language that they know also for the web part, and maybe also that there's something that they use in the backend, and that usually leads to better code quality. So I think in that aspect, in that regard, we're going to see rather a rise in code quality for front-end code, because single page application code often is something that I put on top, and if you put a backend developer that specializes in backend coding on that, and JavaScript and TypeScript feel very different from the synchronous world of backend development. That often leads to hard to read and hard to test code. So in that regard, I expect the quality of the code to rise.
Okay. So, and since you said that you have like 10 years of experience at SPA, there is one question I really want to ask, but I do not know how. It has something to do with security, and it's from my list. And the question is, in these last 10 years, what is the most nerve-wracking security risk which was always there, and where you say it would be so simple, but it just doesn't go away?
So what is the security problem in software that always recurs, that's not solved yet, but it would be easy to solve? I think if we stay in the web world, for the sake of ease, because it's otherwise the question is really hard to answer, I think.
Yeah.
It still is, by the way. I think that one of the core problems is, I'm not sure about the easy to solve part, but let's see. I think the core part of the insecurity of the web in the browser is that we don't have any separation. We don't, if a web application is running in an origin, so you have one tab open in your browser and there's JavaScript code running in there, that code has access to everything. That's a problem. If you think of the backend world, you can cut the services small, and you can draw trust boundaries between the servers, and you can say this service needs to authenticate against the other one to get user data, whatever. In the front end, we don't have that. And we have everything in one trust zone. Everything that runs in that origin is trusted automatically. You have access to everything. We cannot separate that easily. We can put stuff on different subdomains, but then it gets really hairy and difficult. Then we have the DOM API, which always tried to be compatible with the past. So we don't dare to delete DOM APIs because some applications might need them. So we're kind of locked into this world of messy DOM APIs. We're locked into the world of holes in the same origin policy. Think of, you have a browser, you have two tabs open, you have attacker.com open, you have example.com open. you can send cross-origin requests, and they're going to be authenticated if you use cookies for authentication, so implicit authentication. You can post stuff there. Cross-origin post is okay. It works. That's cross-site request forgery. And that's because we have this old model that we cannot change. Chrome was about to change that by setting the same site attribute to legs by default in the browser, but they had to pull it back because there was so much back pressure. So the one problem that's still here is that we are building all that on an old security model in browsers, and we are locked into not being able to update it.
Okay.
And I think one approach could be to stop there and to say, we have this second model where we rethink all our approaches and say, how do we protect origins from each other? How do we maybe introduce ways to separate or to draw trust boundaries inside our application, because this part of the application processes personally identifiable information, the other does not. How can I put a trust boundary in there? So if we kind of reboot and say, let's build a better browser security model, and then when you serve your application and you start your application, you send an HTTP header that says, use the newer model, right? I, as a developer, can decide to jump on that new browser security model that has stricter rules, that has better rules, that gets rid and deprecates all the old stuff that's still, weighing very heavily on us. So I think that could be an approach. Not easy though, right? I have to have the backwards compatibility. I cannot just turn off stuff, or I can only turn off stuff that hasn't been used in the last 15 years, and that's a lot of stuff. So maybe that's one problem in the front-end world, in the web world, that I see that the browser security is built on old assumptions and that would need a restart. But not easy. Yeah. That's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, okay. So I think we are running out of time. My colleague is already starting to kick me. So I say thank you for your time and for your talk. And we're looking also forward to your conference in February.
Yeah, end of February.
Yes. So make sure to wind back that live stream and grab the screen of the Twitter handle. And for all of those who have watched on our webpage, on this side in Slido, you will find the possibility to also give some feedback to Thomas, since you cannot wave or cheer or buy him a beer. You can at least give him some words. So
that would be nice.
Thank you, Thomas. And
thanks for having me.
We will be right back after a short break.
Your app just crashed. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. Curiously, a hurricane just came down in Iran.
Here we are again, and we are together with Johanna Schmidt. Hi, Johanna.
Hi.
So I really loved in the description of your talk the first line where it says data is everywhere and more data visualizations are being put online, because that's more or less the story of my life.
Mine as well.
So
Cool.
you are working at oh my god, you know, I should warn you at this point, I have some notes, and the notes I did not take by using a keyboard are keyless because I cannot use them. So you are working at the Technical University in Vienna, and
As well, yes. But my
yes.
main profession is at the WeAreDevelopers Research Center. So I'm teaching at the TU Wien and at the FH Salzburg, and I'm employed at the WeAreDevelopers Research Center in Vienna.
Okay, perfect. So today you will let us know how to get our head around web-based information visualizations. Yeah.
Yeah, that's normal. I have the same problem. This is if you're German speaking and you have to put several S and J into one word. That's really hard.
Yeah. Okay. So I will now mute my camera and my microphone, and I will be back for the questions and see how professionally you can do web-based information visualization.
Yeah, especially if you combine it with my name, Schmidt, then it's really hard. Thank you, Stefan, for the introduction. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to tell you something about web-based information visualization today. Before that, I would like to give you a short introduction. I was so eager to prepare the topic that I completely forgot to include a WeAreDevelopers slide. So I'm using our webpage now as a quick introduction, and I will also share my screen so that you can see something, right? The WeAreDevelopers is a research center located in Vienna. So we are in the middle between industry and universities. So we take the research that comes from the university, make it usable for the industry, and also push back the research questions that we encounter in industry to the universities. So it's a very similar concept to Fraunhofer, if you know them, for example. And the WeAreDevelopers, this abbreviation stands for VR. So we're doing research in VR, and the other part is Viz. So we're doing research in data visualization. And at the WeAreDevelopers, I'm leading a research group. I'm leading the research group of visual analytics. So we are concerned with complex data, temporal data, and we try to make it usable for our customers by providing them tools which they can use to analyze the data and explore the data. And yeah, so we are dealing with a lot of data analytics and visualization the whole day. And we are primarily focused on data that comes from Industry 4.0 applications, which is time series data. But we are also dealing with like temperature, climate data, and so on. So that's our research focus. And besides that, I'm also teaching at the TU Wien and at the University of Applied Sciences in Salzburg. And there I'm teaching web-based visualization to the students. And the next 45 minutes are going to be a summary kind of on what is contained in the lectures that I usually give at the universities. So I hope that I can entertain you and get you interested in the topic of information visualization and web-based information visualization. As you can see, the talk consists of the talk title, consists of two terms. So we have web-based in here and we have information visualization. And I would start with the second one, with the information visualization. So why are we doing that? Or what is information visualization about? It's basically about transferring numeric, tabular, boring data that we humans cannot really interpret into pictures. Why are we doing that? Because a visual information is very easy for us to interpret. So we can use our eyes. We are very good in interpreting these visual impressions. And then we are generally faster in data analysis if we can plot the data. So that's why we need visualization. It's a rather old discipline, so turning numbers into pictures is something that hasn't been invented like recently. It's already out there for quite some time, like bar chart, pie charts, scatter plots. That's something that was used in statistics and in mathematics for quite some time. But nowadays, we are actually dealing with more complex data, with more complex applications, which we also would like to make use of. And for this, we need more advanced data visualization techniques nowadays. And just to get you interested in the topic, why we need visualization, I would like to start out with a short example, because as I said, we are, as humans, we are pretty good in interpreting visual information. And we are not so good in interpreting numbers, and we are actually also not so good in interpreting statistical information. And statistical analysis alone might therefore not tell the full story of a data set. And that's why visualization is so important. And here is an example. There is a data set which is called the Ansom's Quartet. It was developed in 1973 by a statistician, and he wanted to demonstrate the strength of visual data representation. And he did that by inventing this data set, which consists of 4 parts. Every part consists of an X and a Y component. And they have very interesting characteristics, because if we compute the statistical parameters for those 4 parts, then we will get exactly the same numbers. So if we compute the mean for data part 1, 2, 3, and 4, it will always be 9. If we compute the variance, it will always be 11. If we compute the mean of Y, then it will always be 7.5 for all the 4 parts. So we do not see any variance here or any difference between those data sets if we just look at the statistical parameters. And the interesting thing is that if we plot the information, if we use a visual representation, then actually the information that we get is quite different, because this is how the data set looks like, or how the 4 data parts look like if we plot them. And now we can see that they actually look quite differently. So even though the regression line is the same in all cases, we have completely different ways how the data sets look like. And this is only possible, or we can only get this information if we actually plot the data. And this is why this Ansom's Quartet dataset was created, to emphasize this, that as humans, if we do data analysis, we really need to see the data, we need to plot it. And that's why information visualization is so important. So that's what we are actually dealing with the whole day. So we are we are turning numbers tables into images, which is really rewarding. It's very nice, and it's great to create those nice images out of the numbers and boring tables that we see. And there are people in visualization research, in information visualization research that go even further. So there's Ben Schneiderman, who recently tweeted that my strong way of promoting information visualization is to declare that it is such a powerful amplifier of human abilities that it should be illegal, unprofessional, and unethical to do data analysis using only statistical and algorithmic processes. So he goes even further. He says that information visualization actually should be an integral part of every data analysis that we do nowadays. And this is what visualization research is dealing with. So we are trying to find new techniques for analyzing data. We are dealing with how to handle the data, how to handle especially large amounts of data, how to do data analysis properly, how to reflect also the analysis parts in the visualization. Visualization research also has a lot to do with human perception, of course, because it's always humans who read the data, and we need to better understand how they interpret the information that they see. This is also called data visualization literacy, so the ability to read a data visualization. And out of this whole research areas, we try to come up with new guidelines and with new best practices on how to do data visualization. Yeah, so this is what the research behind is doing. And one important part is that if we think of data visualization, then it's actually the question, as I said, of turning numbers into images. And this process is called data mapping in visualization. So what we actually do is when we do a data visualization, we are turning data attributes into visual representations. And those visual representations, they might look quite differently. We might want to use certain geometric attributes like points or lines. We have to decide how to arrange the data items. Shall they be placed based on position or based on shape? Shall we arrange them based on size? How to apply colors? So those are all decisions that we have to make when we create a visualization. And here is an example for that. Here is a chart that we call a bubble chart. And it can actually display 4 data attributes in that case, because we have 2 dependent attributes here, which are plotted like you would do it in a scatter plot. So we have the x-axis here and the y-axis, and there are 2 attributes that can be displayed here. And then we have 2 additional attributes. In this case, the continent is mapped to a color, and another attribute is mapped to the size, which in this case is population count. And this is a way how 4 data attributes were mapped to 4 different visual representations. So for those 2 representations, for the x and the y-axis, position was chosen. And for the other 2 parts, visual parameters were chosen. Like for one, it's the size of the circles, and for the other one, it's the color. And these are decisions that you have to make when you do information visualization. So you have to decide which data attributes are mapped to which visual representations, and how to do that, and how to select the attributes, and how to select the visual representations that are appropriate. There are some guidelines already out there in information visualization how to do that. But it's also the case that the research in this area is still going on. So we're still researching for new ways how to map data to visual attributes. And we are also researching on new guidelines to make this process easier, because currently it's really up to the visualization designer to decide how to map the data. But we are working on new guidelines to make this process more efficient and easier to understand. And visualization research is already out there for quite some time, and this is also the reason. And also, as I said in my abstract for this talk, data is like everywhere. So the need for using visualization is now becoming more and more important. And therefore, a lot of different tools have now been developed that help data analysts and data scientists to use visualization. And here is a list of fully featured applications that are already available where you can do information visualization. The first ones, the Tableau and Microsoft Power BI, those are kind of the most prominent ones in the area, and there are other like QLeak or MicroStrategy. And here is an image of an analysis done by Gartner from the year 2019, where they analyzed different business intelligence tools being available. And there you can see that Tableau and Microsoft are still the leaders in that area, and that didn't change for some years already. So those two tools are kind of the most important tools that are available now to do information visualization on the desktop. And also Tableau also provides a way to bring information visualization to the web. There is a very interesting research work also in that, where different information visualization tools have been compared. There's a link here if you're interested to check out that study. They compared the tools according to certain parameters. We, for example, here being visualization. And here we can see that most of the tools provide a lot of visualization features, and here are some exceptions. So there we can also already see that also when we look at the targeted user group, that the tools and applications that are out there are designed for different purposes. And this is also the case for the libraries that are out there. So far I was talking about really fully featured standalone applications, but there are also libraries available. Quite a lot of them are actually. So there's in Python, for example, you can find a lot of plotting and charting libraries. It's also, if you're using R, then there is a lot of charting. There are a lot of charting possibilities available, like ggplot. And there are some libraries that are based on JavaScript, like d3, highcharts, and even more. So there is also Chart.js, Grafana, there's React.Viz, there's Processing, Vega Lite. So slowly, more and more open source libraries started to evolve that work within the JavaScript environment. And that happened within the last years, also due to the need that more and more people would like to bring their data, their informations to the web. And one technical question to answer is how to actually integrate information visualization in a web page. So we've seen before that information visualization consists of mapping data to visual elements. And the question is how can we integrate those visual elements into an HTML page? And there are several possible ways how to do that. So of course we could integrate images, we could use SVGs, and we could use a canvas. And currently the most prominent way, or the most prominent technology that is used in web-based information visualizations are SVGs. SVGs have been released in 2001, and they are an XML language for vector graphics. This is how an SVG container might look like. It starts with an SVG, and then it's possible to create several different geometric elements. Like in that case, for example, it's a circle. Or here in that case, we have an example where we first create a rectangle that is the same size as the SVG container, and then we create a circle, which is green, and then we create a text, which can be seen here. So, this code that is written here within the SVG is interpreted by the browser. So that's the nice thing. We don't need any additional tools to interpret this information. We can also put a lot of different geometric elements in here, and then we can integrate it into the HTML website, and then we will see the result. It's really cool, and that's also the reason why SVG is currently the main choice for information visualization, because that's actually all we need to create a data visualization. So data visualization usually consists of text, and then we have lines, we have a path here. In that case here we have rectangles, and it's all provided already by the SVG definition, can be put into an SVG container, and then we are done. And those are two examples created by the library D3. We will later on have a closer look on another D3 example. The other nice thing with SVG is that you get interactions sort of for free. So it's possible to assign many different mouse interactions like clicks and mouse hover and mouse move and enter, leave, and so on directly to the elements that we draw. And since those elements are the essential elements of the visualization, we can apply interaction directly in the visualization, which is really great. Those are some examples for libraries that use SVG as the basic container. The most prominent one probably among them is D3, but there are also other libraries, open source libraries, that do information visualization based on JavaScript and SVGs. It's also possible to use a canvas, of course. So a canvas is another possible way to integrate graphical information in a website. It has some advantages over SVG because it's easier to draw more complex drawings. It's possible to have more sophisticated drawing possibilities, like it's possible to have gradients, transformations are possible. The pen actually can be set anywhere in the canvas, and then it's possible to draw. So a canvas is really more a drawing tool and therefore allows more complex creations. There are also some libraries that use a canvas, like there's Tree.js, for example. There's also Pixie.js. Pixie.js, so Free.js is concentrates on 3D elements. Pixie.js is a library that is specifically targeted towards creating 2D visualizations in a canvas. And there are some other examples here. The other nice thing with a canvas is that you can use WebGL, which is not possible with the SVG. So if more complex graphic elements are needed, then WebGL can be used. But nevertheless, currently SVG is the main choice for doing information visualization. And the main reason is that you have the click-based interactions, which are very easy to implement, which is not the case for the canvas. Here, interactions are not naturally supported by objects. And it's also in information visualization, you hardly need WebGL support or more sophisticated drawing tools. In information visualization, most of the time, the SVG elements are all you need. And therefore, currently, SVG is the main choice. And here is we will now have a look at an example. So I would like to draw your attention especially to the D3 library. It's an open source library, and it's a real success story, at least for data visualization research, because the development of D3 directly came from the data visualization research community. And now it's a really prominent open source library for data visualization, which is really great. It has a lot of features. There's also a large community behind. So it's quite easy to get help in case you use that library. And it's still further developed. And there are also some other applications already out there, like C3.js, which is a wrapper for D3, which makes things a little bit easier to implement than if you would use raw D3. And here is a nice example how such a D3 visualization can look like. So here we have a stacked bar chart, and we can see that we can even have animations. It's possible to draw either small rectangles, large rectangles, and it's also possible to directly link the data to the elements that are drawn in the visualization. So if interactions would be implemented, then it's possible to directly interact with the data because the data is connected to the elements that are drawn on the SVG. It doesn't require too much code to draw those stacked bar charts. That's the only drawback a little bit with D3. So it needs some time to get into that thinking of how to join graphical elements and data elements. But once this has been understood, it's really a library where you can create a lot of interesting and great information visualization. So here is a list of examples on what is possible with that library. So we've seen the stacked bar charts, but a lot more can be done. We can have maps, we can have circular visualizations, bar charts, of course, scatter plots. It's also possible to draw hierarchies. It's possible to have graphs. I just need to find it. It's somewhere down there. I think I missed it. So it's possible to draw graphs and networks. Here it is. So we can have force-directed graphs. There is even a built-in force-directed layouting algorithm in D3. And from the list of examples, we can already see the feature richness of this library. So I can really recommend looking into that. It's really worthwhile to test it if you would like to bring your data visualizations to the web. Yeah, so that's the way how it works technically. But we still have to think about why should we do web-based visualization, or in which cases does it make sense to have a web-based visualization. In visualization research, we are usually talking about 3 different use cases where you use visualization. We are talking about the 3 cases of exploration, confirmation, and presentation. Exploration is if you have a data set you would like to understand, and you don't have any prior knowledge about the data, and you just want to find something useful in the data or something that you didn't know before. That's the case very often if you do data science and you start out with some data that you got or found somewhere and you have no idea what to do with it, then you do this exploration step. Then in the exploration step, you might find some interesting patterns in the data. And then usually as a next part, you have a confirmation step. This is more goal-oriented. So here you already have some prior knowledge about the data. You have some hypotheses that you would like to test. And you would like to see if the idea or if the hypothesis that you have is going to be confirmed by the data. So this is a very goal-oriented or directed way on dealing with data and for using visualization. And the third use case is that you want to use visualization to present your findings. So you would like to communicate the insights you had during the data analysis, whatever you found in the data. And presentation is very often targeted towards external people. So in the exploration and in the confirmation phase, you're usually doing data visualization for yourself because you want to understand the data. But in the presentation phase, you're targeting external people and you would like to show what you found in the data. So why I am telling you that, it's important to keep those 3 use cases in mind, because I would like to discuss a study with you, which was done by Lisa Charlotte Rost. She was working for Data Wrapper. And in 2016, she published a study where she compared 12 charting libraries and 12 applications. And she, shall we discuss it now or later? No, we'll discuss it now. So she has those 2 terms, uses those 2 terms, charting libraries and applications. Charting libraries in that sense would be programming libraries where you need programming skills to use them. This would be like D3, for example, or like a Python library or anything else. And an application is something that is a standalone tool where you don't need to have any additional knowledge about programming and where you can do data visualization within the application by clicking on buttons and so on. Those are the 2 terms here. And she wanted to compare 12 charting libraries and 12 applications. And she did that by using one data set and then trying to recreate this chart by using all the different charting libraries and applications. And that gave very interesting results. So for example, there's a comparison between Excel and Google Sheets, where in Google Sheets you cannot adjust the circle size, for example, or in Tableau and Plotly, where in Plotly you can even integrate transparency, which is not possible in Tableau. So it's very interesting to see that using different libraries and applications, you actually get quite different results, even if you use the same data. And after doing that, after recreating this one chart with all the charting libraries and applications, she came up with a classification. And the classification was based on whether the tools are more targeted toward analysis or whether the tools are more targeted towards presentation. That's what we talked about before. So whether the tools are more targeted towards the use cases of exploration and confirmation, that would be the analysis, or whether the tools are more targeted towards presentation. And she also compared flexibility, whether the tools are not flexible at all or whether they are highly flexible. And those are the results for analysis and presentation. We can ignore the applications for now because we are talking about web-based information visualization. So we are actually more interested into the charting libraries here. And just if we have a look at the complete chart like it looks now, then we can see that the applications in general move towards presentation and that the charting libraries can be used for both analysis and presentation. And since we are doing web-based information visualization, we can have a closer look on the JavaScript libraries here. And here we can see that all the JavaScript libraries she tested are more targeted towards presentation, actually. So in that study, she found out that all the JavaScript based information visualization is more targeted and more useful for presentation and not so much for doing this exploratory and confirmatory analysis. She also tested flexibility. Here we can see that in general applications, standalone applications are more towards the side, the not flexible side, and charting libraries are more move more towards the highly flexible side. And here, if we have a look at the web-based libraries, then we can see D3 here being on the highly flexible side. This is what we've seen before. So with D3, you can actually create a lot of different information visualizations. And C3, which is a wrapper for D3, since it's a wrapper, it's not so flexible as if you would use the pure library in that case. So in general, according to her study, web-based visualization is more targeted towards presentation, but highly flexible as you can do a lot of things with it. She also tested the learning curve and whether tools are hard to learn or easy to learn, and compared to flexibility. And here we can again see D3 as an outlier here. So D3 is actually hard to learn, but at the end, if you master it, then you're actually able to do a lot with it. And there are some other web-based libraries like HighCharts, which are easier to learn, but which do not provide as much flexibility. And she also gave a recommendation on which library or which chart to use. And here it's she came up with those 5 categorizations of tools. And here is D3 is very large here, and it's the innovative outside of the box chart category where this library is very prominent. And already from the representation that we see here, what she came up with the conclusion she came up with was that there are actually no perfect tools, just good tools for people with certain goals. And that's one of the main messages here. So actually, if you use one of those libraries, you really need to know what is your goal, what you're intending to do, because then you can find the right tools for the right purpose. And in case of web-based information visualization, even though if we decided to use a certain library, we are still facing several challenges. And those challenges are very similar to general problems or challenges that you have if you do web-based programming. And I data size and security, because these two are especially important for information visualization. So the first one is the data size. Since we are dealing with very large and with very complex data nowadays, at some point we have to decide how to show this huge amount of data. It's also because SVG at some point is limited in the amount of objects that you can display in one SVG container. So it might become very slow at some point. So if the data is very large, then at some point we have to decide how to handle that. And there are different approaches how to do that. Either we can, if we want to help humans to analyze the data, because at some point, if we have too much data, then everything just becomes cluttered. And we can help humans by providing transparency, for example, which would be called alpha blending, to help humans to analyze the data. But this does not solve the problem that we have to draw every single element. So if we would like to reduce the elements of being drawn, we might use filtering or sampling, which reduces the amount of data, but which also it might happen that we lose outliers in that case. And another way to deal with that is aggregation. So we could aggregate the data into smaller compartments. Like in this case, for example, a hexagon binning was done. And here in that case, contours were used to show them the places of a high concentration of data in the scatter plot. There is also a D3 plugin for doing this hexagon binning, just to mention that. So there are already some libraries where this abstraction is already built in. So this is one of the challenges, especially when we have to deal with large amount of data. The question is how to display this huge amount of data. And the other challenge we are facing is security, because we are in a client-server environment if we are talking about web-based programming. And all the JavaScript libraries assume that the visualization is going to be created at the client. So at some point, we have to transfer our data to the client. This is unavoidable, because if you use JavaScript, then the client needs to know everything, and the client also needs to have the data. And although I would assume that this is well known to everyone dealing with web-based programming, it seems that this is not the case, because if you remember the first Corona dashboard that was created in Austria, then there were some reports about data leakage and data that has been leaked from that website and so on. It was on the news, and then they replaced the whole dashboard with an image afterwards. But I wouldn't call it data leakage. There was no data leaking. It's simply the case. If you need to do the visualization on the client, you need to bring the data there. And you might not use all parts of the data to show the visualization. That's legit. But still, the data will be at the client, and the client can do whatever he or she wants with the data. That's something that has to be kept in mind, especially when we do visualization. So we are using client-side programming that has to work on the client machine. So we cannot hide anything from the client. And this also relates back to what we have seen before, that JavaScript libraries are probably more suitable for doing presentation purposes, because it really makes sense to spend some time thinking on which parts of the data do I need to show in the visualization, and then only include those data parts in your application, because simply they have to be broad and broadcasted everywhere to do this client-side visualization. And with that said, I would like to conclude my talk. So for the take-home messages, I would like you to remember, really know your users, know your clients, know your use cases, really think about what you would like to show by using web-based information visualization. Carefully select the data for doing so, and consider the open source visualization libraries that I've showed you in this talk, because they really offer a lot of possibilities and opportunities for bringing information visualization to the web. Yeah, with that, I would like to conclude, and I would like to wish you having a lot of fun with bringing your numbers and information to the data and to create nice images out of it. Thank you very much for your attention.
So, thank you, Johanna. This was a very cool overview of all the things which are there at the moment, and I'm a little bit shocked. Yeah, because it was a data visualization talk without any Minar graph coming towards us. So
that's true. Yeah, it was more on all the things that run in the background. That's true. And that have to be considered before making this nice graph. Yeah.
So we have some questions, and the first one is, what would be the test visualization tool to start for a developer? I think this should be best visualization tool for a developer.
Mm-hmm. Again, depends on the purpose. So I can let's assume, I think the question is about the best tool to start if I would like to do web-based information visualization. I still would prefer D3 in that case. It's also the library I use for teaching. So although it has this rather high step to get into it, it afterwards offers a lot of opportunities. So I would really recommend D3 in that case.
So because of the flexibility you get once you worked into it.
Exactly, and it's also because of that large community in the background. You get a lot of help for your questions, and I think that's great to have that.
Yeah, it might be easier than to get into R.
Yeah, maybe.
So, and then somebody said, what about animating these data?
Yeah, there are two things. So animations in D3, for example, are possible. There you have transitions and effects, and you can, if you click on something, like we've seen with the stacked bars, things can move and you have those nice transitions and so on. The question is, why would you want to use animations? So it's again, the question is, what is the use case? So is it, if you really would like to show information and show the data, then the question is, why would you need that animation? If it's like for creating a fancy teaser for something, then it's also possible to look into some canvas solutions, because there you have more possibilities for creating animations. But if it's really included in the visualization, I would be really careful to not distract the people too much from what you would actually like to show.
Okay. So, and then Anonymous said, put, and then there's an URL, raw graphs on the list. It saved me more than once.
Nice. Yeah, great. Maybe I didn't have it on my list, but I think it's a nice library. Yes, thanks for that comment.
Is this this Italian thing or?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have that many possibilities like D3 offers, but I think it's definitely a great start. Yes.
So, and then Candida wanted to know what are the best open source visualization libraries. I think that was more or less answered already in the talk, or?
I mean, I can add, because I was concentrating on the web base so far, but I can also add that for if you do visualization in Python, for example, then Plotly is really a great choice. Or in R, ggplot is another great library. Those are not web-based, but if you if you use R, but those are great libraries for doing information visualization on the desktop, more or less.
It's ggplot. So I have a history. I used to have long curly hair, and thanks to ggplot, I look like what I look like. So. Then Anonymous asked, I'm sorry, but because I was late a few minutes at the start, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but will you share the slides? So
that I think that's a question I have to give back to you, Stefan. Are the slides going to be shared somewhere? Or I mean, I can give them away from my side. It's fine.
Okay. We can put them on our webpage, or you put them yourself, so you do not lose the control of it, on SlideShare or on Speaker Deck, and we can share the.
Okay, then I will share the link somewhere.
Perfect.
Great.
Yeah. Thank you for a great all-around presentation. Do any of these libraries support including basic analysis on the chart, like standard deviation, P, or trend line?
Yeah, D3 has some built-in functionality on that. Also, if you would like to find out the mean, the max, variance, and so on. So there are some built-in D3 functionality for that. Also, other libraries have some built-in features, but very basic ones. So maybe a regression line is still included, but that's more or less it. So if you need more, then you have to write it yourself.
Yeah. So is it possible with these libraries to compile SVG with a lot of data to image like PNG for easier browser display? Anonymous, I think this should be easy for you. This is not data visualization. This is converting SVG to PNG.
Yes. And it's then you actually don't need an SVG. Then you just need to display an image on the website. Yeah. But yeah, it's basically bringing SVG to an image, and then you could display the image. That should be easily doable.
Oh. Leonardo, maybe it's Leonardo da Vinci. He wants to have an advice how to balance information and visuals. When does the beauty takes away from the data needed to be presented?
Very nice question. There is one keyword on that, which is the data ink ratio. So the ink ratio of a graph is, if you would print the plot or the graph, then you would use a certain amount of ink for that. And there's also some information included then in the graph, and the ink that you use to print the information should be larger than the ink you use for the rest of it. So if you really want to display the information that is there in the data, make sure that the graph has a high data ink ratio. So most of the ink is used for displaying the information.
Yes.
So remove any fancy backgrounds and stuff that's floating around, and noise. Then you're really displaying the information you would like to get across.
And when you are allowed to visit your local library, there is a wonderful trilogy in 4 books. Trilogy, 4 books, yeah. Think of that. From Edward R. Tufte, who has millions of pages with beautiful data visualizations where you can learn more about that. Somebody already said below, sounds similar to signal noise ratio.
Exactly, it's very similar.
And Candida says, thanks for reminding that point. And one of the anonymous, I'm not sure which one, says, thanks for answering. It's always funny if you have a lot of people in anonymity. So, now, do we have time for one more question? Okay. The guy on production desk gave me another question time. So imagine I am the good fairy, and I could grant you one wish for a data visualization or data visualization tool, something like this. What would that one wish be for you?
It's the thing we're currently working on. It's the thing that we need to better understand how humans really interpret information. Because if we know that, then we can recommend visualizations based on data. So my like Christmas and Easter and every holiday put together would be that we have a tool where we just throw in data, and then we get out a data visualization that is perfect for the use case, that we can perfectly read, and that really displays the information we would like to show. And that's what we are currently working on, because we are doing a lot of perception studies currently to understand how we humans work, basically, and then pile that together into guidelines, and then we'll slowly probably converge to a visualization recommender system where you just throw in data and get out the illustration that you need.
Very cool. Something I'm looking forward to.
Me too.
So, I will now go into a short break, and I'm hopefully be back with the art and craft of type development with Michael and Stefan after a short break. Do not forget to fill out the feedback form for Johanna. So, because you cannot wave at her, you cannot come and ask question afterwards that easily like you can with a talk, but you could at least tell her what you liked, what you did not like, where you want to know more or whatever. And data visualization always looks simple, but it can blow your mind. So just one story from my brain, which is a very short story. My whole life on data visualization changed when I realized that a bloody stacked bar chart is just a beautiful different view in a different coordinate system than a pie chart. So that being said, see you right after the loop. Bye bye.
Bye.
back with Michael and Stefan, who will talk about the art and craft of type development. And they are not talking about the type of developer you can be, but something else, but you know that because you are a developer. Hi Michael, hi Stefan, how are you?
Doing good.
Hi Stefan, I'm fine.
So I used to work with Michael in the past, and now I will, before I turn off my camera and my microphone and run, I will give the audience a tip why Michael does not stand up. So
What the fuck?
So now I'm curious.
I just made a joke before that I don't wear trousers, so this is the reason. But I really cannot stand up, I don't have trousers. It's true.
Okay. Shall we?
Okay, let's start. The art and craft of type development. And let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Michael Latki.
Shall we share the screen?
Let's share the screen first, yes.
There you go.
There we go.
Cool.
Good. Art and craft of type development. A quick introduction. My name is Michael Latki. I run trainings, workshops, consultings, and recently I started to run performance audits. I'm pretty active in the community. Stefan, how about you?
Yeah, so never mind. I'm Stefan. I'm currently working as a product architect at a company called Dynatrace, and I do lots of things on the side. So this is a whole list of logos in projects that I'm involved. But mostly and most recently, I spent a lot of time with TypeScript. So I blog a lot about TypeScript on my blog, fatblog.eu. And if you switch to the next slide, I just released a book on TypeScript. So it's TypeScript in 50 lessons. It takes you from a beginner to apprentice to master. So there's even stuff in there for people who have already written a lot of TypeScript, especially when we go into the depths of the type system. It's published by Smashing Magazine and a hardcover book with about 500 pages worth of reading material for you. And a couple of the things that I put in the book, we are going to see today.
Pretty cool. I'm also very, very excited. Today, I guess we should tell the audience how the whole talk started. So I'm working on a library, RX Angular. It's regarding performance and state management in front-end frameworks, to be more specific in Angular. And I had a very specific use case in state management. I ran into a problem. It was, I guess, 6 months ago. And it was a TypeScript problem. So the first thing that jumped into my mind was Stefan. And Stefan basically helped me. Stefan, what did you help me with?
Yeah, so I spent about 6 months in creating one type to solve your problem. No, it's funny because it's a real. So I think you are going to explain the problem afterwards. Yeah. But it's a really, really big problem, that one of those things that are hard to type. So if you, especially if you think JavaScript, you have lots of possibilities in JavaScript, and TypeScript is the type system around JavaScript. So it tries to make sense out of all the things you do in JavaScript. And this particular thing, up until recently, was very hard to get a hold of. And we are going to look at it today.
Very good. I guess we also will see some conclusions, and if time, yes, we will take a look at the roadmap. Okay, so the use case. What was the use case? I'm, as mentioned, working on a library called RX Angular, and the particular problem that I ran into was related to state management. Even more specific, it was related when I tried to select a slice of state. I tried to select a deeply nested property in an object. There are 2 libraries out there in the package. So the first package is RX Angular State. The second one is Template. Template is for ergonomic and fast rendering, and State is for reactive component state. And this is the library that we will take a look at closely and see where those problems occurred. So the library itself helps you to structure and organize data flow in your application. And you will first be able to move this confused data flow to a very structured and then to a very performant data flow. The essence of all of this is state management. And I tried to make a class, a type, something that where you can set and get values imperatively, and where you can connect and select value streams of values as an observable reactively. So a very, very slim library that shares this mix of those two worlds. I don't want to talk about the typings. I just want to show that it is very symmetric and very easy to guess what will happen. But to come to the essence, it is about state. It is state that is deeply nested. And this deeply nested state here, as you can see, has multiple layers. A very common scenario in state management is that you have to plug out either multiple shallow properties or multiple deeply nested properties and derive another state out of it, another state derivation. So this is our setup. And if we are in imperative programming, we could just use, as we see here in the accumulate function, we can use the spread operator and spread those two objects. One is t, the other one is partial t, into each other. And this is the way how we set a particular state slice, or multiple state slices also possible. This is one way how we introduce the change. And the other side is how we select this change. Well, as you can see, it gets pretty overloaded with functions and everything. And this is the problem. You have to do a lot of repetitive stuff. And if you take a look on the red lines, this is the essence of what you will have to do. All the other stuff is just repetitive and not really helping us. The goal in the library is to take this setup, to take this function and boil it down to something that really reflects the essence of what you want to do. And this looks like this. I want to pass either a single string that plugs out the deeply nested property, or a series of them in parallel, so that I can plug multiple of those slices.
And important, I guess, is you want to make sure that the string you put in there has actually a meaning to the one object that you select. You just don't want to have any string put in there, but one that mimics the structure of the object that represents the state in your application.
Exactly this problem. So I cannot put any string. It should really map to the object, and I should have auto-completion. I want to have my system failing when I do something wrong, and this is the problem. And when I first started at this, I took a look at plug, how we plug out deeply nested stuff, and I started and I did like writing a plug overload, writing another overload for the second layer, writing a third layer over. So I go on as RxJS would do. This is basically the RxJS plug operator that we see. And in the end, you have just overloads for every single layer.
Exactly.
And it is not dynamic. It was just a mess. And this was the moment where I contacted you.
And so not only is this a mess, but the moment you reach level 6 or level 7 or level 8, you just add lines after lines after lines after lines.
Yeah. And you cannot have more. So if you add more, you just break. Yeah. So the type breaks and you're lost. So I guess we should really try to fix that, right?
Okay. Let's do that. So I'm going to share my screen. I guess you have to unshare your screen.
I unshared.
And let's select the right browser window. I guess this is that one. You can see, it's that one. You can see a big TypeScript playground. So this is already the very first lesson that we have to do. If I'm going to develop a type, so I really call this the art of type development, where you want to have one of those types that you can reuse throughout your project that work also in isolation. This is why I'm going to isolate myself first. So this is the TypeScript playground where I can have this demo structure. So this is a deeply nested object that you see from maybe if you fetch some data via GraphQL. So I have myself and I work as a product architect at a company called Dynatrace, and the founder, this is another person. You see, it's also has a name and occupation, etc., but the reduced set. So it goes about 5 levels deep already, a very nested object, and I want to plug out the role of my boss, basically. So I have to select person.occupation.company.founder.occupation.role. So boom. This is stuff that happens out in the wild, actually. So especially if you work with GraphQL, you have those deeply nested query structures. This is what you see actually in the wild.
And this is what you have to manage in the front end, right?
Exactly. Exactly. So and this playground here gives me a way to work on TypeScript types, to test them in isolation, and to see what how they behave and what happens without having any other interfaces there, having to wait for a compiler that runs, etc. This is very, very fast, and I can do a lot of things there. And the first thing that I do is taking out the one function that I want to type, and I call this plug for the time being. I say function plug, and I don't have any class structure around it, so that's why I have to work with the object directly that I put in. So I call this the object, and right now I just say everything is any. Never mind, I have a selector, which is any, and the return value, which is any. Okay. One thing that I do when I start working on a type is I declare this function, and this is a very special case because I don't want to implement the function right now. I'm just interested in the type. I'm just interested in which input arguments does it get and which output arguments does it get.
So this means I cannot execute this function?
Exactly. You cannot execute this function.
It's just the type flying around.
Exactly. If you see here is the JavaScript output, and you see here down there that the function is not written out in the JavaScript output. But what I can do, I can say const c, for example, is plug, and then whatever I put in there. So I can work like it exists without it actually existing. And this helps me. So especially if you think of stuff like jQuery, where you just have a script tag somewhere and you load jQuery into it, with this declare functionality, you can get all the jQuery types declared in your application without having a real dependency to jQuery. So this is where this whole thing comes from. So this is the first step that I do. Second step, I start working with generics. So of course I could do something like that. I create the type called type person is type of person. This is also a nice trick if I don't want to, specify such a deep type myself. I'm just saying type of from this one particular object that I have, and I get the type that is just exactly like that. So it's
pretty cool.
Type is like an interface, just a different syntax way. And you can already see this is very, very nested, and wow, pretty deeply nested. And of course, I could create a plug function where I say, okay, this is now person, and I will get its quick list and can just add objects of that particular type. But I want to have it more generic. I want to have it for a myriad of possible objects. That's why I introduce a generic variable, a generic type variable, T. This T comes from the old C++ templates, and we carry that over since the early 80s. That's why we call generic type variables always T. I could, of course, say OBG for object or whatever. And here's T. What I also do is I use the same T as a return value just for now, because I want to get feedback on what comes back. So if from everything that I put in there, what comes out.
Could we test that by hovering over the set variable?
Exactly. So if I have here in any string, and I hover over it, sorry, that's so. Let's do it like that. The spoiler. If I have a function like that and I instantiate this T with string, okay, then I can pass, of course, any string. You see that the binding already here, object is of type string. So I can blah, 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 or put a string into it and anything else. And then Y is of type string. So the type that I put into,
because we put string as generic, right?
Exactly. And now comes the one question, and I guess I don't know if your eagle eyes have spotted it already, but if I remove the type instantiation, where I say, okay, this particular T is of type string. Yeah. If I remove that, it still works. But what's the type that I return then?
Well, as I just infer from T, I would assume that it is string again. I just don't have to redundantly type it.
It's a string, but it's literally a string. So it's the one that I put
it's
this particular string. And this is a key in everything that you do with TypeScript. You can think of having all possible values that can exist in JavaScript in one big space. And with types, you just create boundaries around those values. So you select all numbers and create a number boundary. You select all strings and create a string boundary.
So I guess you can trigger these value types, I guess, here, right?
Exactly. You can narrow down to the particular values. So I can do another boundary around this particular string or this particular number. And this is something that's very important in that case, because the moment I enter person, person is of type person, the one thing that gets returned is this particular type. So I bind my generic to this particular type the moment I use it. And it's a value type. It's the one value, not all possible values. It's just the one particular value, because this would be otherwise all possible objects. No, it's just an object of this structure. And this is very, very important for what we're doing right now. Okay, so this is the first thing. Second thing that I would do, okay, so now I've typed the object already. Let's go for the selector. And you did that already in your example where you created your plug or your select function. I want to select by keys, by strings. And for the first level, it's easier just say key of T, all right?
Exactly. So I will have the shallow of all the shallow properties.
Exactly.
And all shallow properties.
Exactly. And I already can see, if you look at that, I get red squiggles there, because I have to add one of those keys. So there you go. It has to be name or age or species or occupation. So let's enter name first. If I do something like that, like type person keys is key of person, what you can see here, if I hover over it, that it's a union type of all the value types. So first we had this one particular value type, like name or this one A string. Now I have a smaller set of all strings that are available, which are name or age or species or occupation. So I narrow it down to this set of 4 possible values that I can have. And this is important because my person keys are now name or age, or I guess it's role and occupation, okay? But occupation is an object. And I have nested keys, and I somehow want to create also strings within that union that look like occupation.role or occupation.company, or even deeply nested occupation.company.founder. You know,
I really like this because it is very intuitive. I would do exactly the same if I access a deeply nested property with an JSON object, right? So
it's like person.
Exactly, yeah.
Occupation.company.
As everybody knows it, pretty cool.
Exactly, just like that. And I want to represent that in a string, and I want to create a union type that selects all those strings. So how do I do that? I start with not only keys, but with also nested keys. So I call my type nested keys. This is now a helper type that I'm creating.
But what is a helper type?
Yeah, so a helper type, in my understanding, is a type pretty much like a function where I can put any other type in and get a different type out of that. So it's like a helper function, like a utility function.
Like a pure function. I can reuse it all over my project.
Exactly. And pure function is very, very good because it is actually like functional programming. So even the TypeScript team calls it, this is our own functional programming language that we created. And they are very right with that. So it really feels like functional programming. It has a lot of the same semantics and the same nomenclature, just like that. So even you know, if I pass T here, this is called a generic type variable. So it's like a function. The function has the key with the argument T, for example.
Cool.
So it's exactly like that. And of course, the first level is pretty easy to do. I say key of T. Okay, this is
what I also did.
Exactly. So I use that now in my type here. It's nested keys of T already, and let's use it also for person keys, because this is going to be, let's call it debug type. Okay, this is the debug type that I'm going to work with. Just a type where I can see if that what I do makes actually sense, or if I get the desired result.
Yeah.
So it is nested keys of person. And if I hover over it, you see it's the one thing. The first level is already there because I added the first level here. And now I'm creating another part of the union, so I can concatenate unions just on the go. And the first part is done with key of T. This is the first set of unions, and then I concatenate another set of unions to it with the pipe operator. So I'm creating another union myself.
So this or that, yeah.
Exactly. And here I'm creating a subtype. So a type that gets a little bit more of arguments and returns something that fits to this particular union. So I say I have subkeys of the object that I'm looking at, and of all the keys of this particular object. So what I want to do is I want to take the keys of this object index all the properties of my object with it. So like person.name, person.age, person.occupation, and retrieve the object underneath it. So if I'm selecting person.occupation, I get this object back.
The value of it.
The value of that, exactly. And suddenly, key of this object that I'm getting back is role and company, you know? And then I'm going person, occupation, company, selecting this object, and suddenly the keys I'm getting back are name, location, form, founded, and founder, you know? I'm always going one level deeper, and then doing the same thing again by selecting key of, and then going one level deep and selecting the same stuff.
But Stefan, what you are starting here to introduce is pretty similar to what I did, and I believe you will end up now in introducing another overload for the next layer and another overload for the next layer. So I guess you really have to. And
this is a very good question, because this is where recursion comes in, and of course recursion solves everything. But we are getting there. So let's start with the subkeys. As you see, I get two arguments for subkeys. One of subkeys is the object that I'm selecting, which is the T, and then I have the keys of this particular object. And what I want to do is I want to create this dot connected thingy, you know.
As you would plug a deeply nested
exactly. So the first thing, if you look here at occupation, I'm passing occupation, which is key of T. I passed it into this function or this type. So I'm creating a string literal type. It's called, it's just like a string literal in JavaScript, where I say, okay, enter this variable at this particular point. But instead of a value, it's a type. So what I get in there is like, okay, that's the literal string occupation, okay? And then I use dot, because this is the concatenation that I'm doing. And then I go back up again to nested keys of T of K. So there's a lot to unpack there. And I get red squigglies, but we're solving those red squigglies in just a second. First, this is the key. So I'm getting the occupation and name and age and blah, 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 blah. And then here, I have a typo here with T of K. I'm selecting this object dot occupation. So it's like indexing this particular object and putting this object back into nested keys, where I get the key offs again. And for all subkeys, I'm doing the same thing again. And so I'm going down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, but there is some end, right? I mean, I cannot do it infinitely.
Exactly.
I have to run to a wall.
Exactly. And we are going to develop this end just in a second. First, I want to solve all the red squigglies that I have. And there are a ton of it. So the first problem that I have is K is not assignable to type string or number or big into Boolean or undefined.
I know this problem very well. I guess if you have an object, right? So by definition, an object's key could be either a string, number, symbol, or any other of those types you have listed here.
Exactly.
But there is one, I would call it a bug. I would really call it a bug in the type system. If I assign a number as property name to an object, right? It turns immediately into a string. If I do it with a symbol, the same. So at the end, when I read the property, it is a string.
So yes and no. Yes, you would expect that from numbers, but numbers are special because numbers indicate an array index. So usually the one object that is allowed to have number indices is an array. And array is a subtype of object. And this is why you have to have the numbers. And the problem there is that with number being possible, you can't reduce it to just a couple of numbers like you can do with string. It would be all the numbers. And that's why it's not possible.
Yeah, but
and the other problem is
and symbols too.
Yeah, but with symbols, we have a different problem. With symbols, we have the problem that we can't quite represent them dynamically in the type system because they are de facto not dynamic. They're unique in all the way. You can just say, okay, that's one symbol, but you don't know how to access it in this particular example. There are other ways to do that. We're not getting there this time, maybe next time. But this is why we have to exclude everything that is not string.
Yeah.
Let's
try to pull out only the string part of all those possible values.
Yeah. So what I'm doing first is that I say, okay, I created some sort of type guard. So I have subkeys of T and K, and I know this K should only be string or of type string. This is why I create extends string, okay? So this is the first thing that I do. And now I get rid of this red squiggly. Now I say, okay, it just can be of a subtype of string. that's why I put it at this particular position, and it works. I can use it in the string literal. Very good. Next problem that I have is K cannot be used to index type T. That's also true. I can't say that this key is in any connection with the T. It can be anything. So if I use it with, I don't know, pizza, I get bogus return and not the one thing that I'm actually interested in.
So that's you have to do it with every key.
I would have to do it with every key, or I say, is key part of the group of key of T? So I can select key of T, then I get all the keys back again. And I say, okay, this one particular key that I'm interested in has to be part of this subset key of T. And I asked it myself, and then I do, in all the other cases, I return never. So if that's possible, if I can return K extends key of T, I have some red squiggly there. I guess we're solving that in a second. Yeah, we're solving that in a second. So the moment I access those, I can access T of K. That's working. If I enter something that is not part of key of T, I return never. And never is the bottom type of TypeScript. It says, this can never happen. This is no value. It's not void or undefined or null, because void, undefined, and null have values. Yeah. It's never. This is no type. This can't, or this is no value. This can't happen. So the moment I enter something that doesn't make sense, I get never return, and this type does not exist anymore. But I still have a couple of problems.
So like throwing an error in a function?
Yeah, somehow like throwing an error. Exactly the one moment where you can get never is when you throw an exception.
Perfect.
So that's pretty much the same mental model. I still have a couple of
yeah, the same problem.
The same problem, but I have a good method for doing that. I say extract string, so key of T and then string, which allows me, key of T does not satisfy the constraint string, blah, blah, blah. We are going to see that. So the first thing that I'm doing here is that I say key of T has to be of type string. It's the same thing. I take all the strings that are available, or all the keys that are available, and just I'm interested in the ones that are a subset of T.
Only the keys that are strings.
Exactly. Yeah. So key of T is string, sub keys.
Can you try to refresh? Maybe the squiggles will go away.
I guess I have to do another thing. I have to do the same here.
Extend,
string. What I'm looking at now. Type of string. Okay. Yeah, let's do a little refresh. You know, I'm working on the latest version, so that might be an issue. And it's a complex type that we are doing there. Okay, this now looks a lot better. Let's see. Does everything work? Yeah, cool. One thing that we are seeing already, so we are already very, very far. Very cool. There's still something more that we have to solve, but we are already very, very far. And what you can see there is I already get 443, possible elements out of that, because I also get all the elements that are like local compare, cargo that, you know, all the string methods out of that. And I don't want that. So this would be also accessible by, you know, writing a person.name.car add. That's possible. So I can select it with that, but I'm just interested in retrieving the value and then doing a method on top of it. This is why I have to say one particular thing, which is I have to make sure that my T extends object and not any string or whatever, just the set of objects where I define the properties on my own. And with that, there I go. That's what I can do. Name, age, species, occupation, role, blah, 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 blah. So just like that. And now for the cool part, now this is really cool. This is where people are getting excited a lot. If I press Control Space there, I get autocomplete for all the things.
All the possible options.
I get it also for date, because date is part of object.
Really good.
Exactly. I can also say if T extends
key over
date, never, otherwise just that. And then I have date filtered out. But you see, very cool. This is all the things that I was interested in. I can use them right now, and suddenly I get correct autocompletion again, because I enter just the value that you can combine with the particular person. So if I create now, let's say, const foo with an object called bar, with an object called bus, with Lou. And this is row 42, okay? and I say const c is plug foo, I also get just the properties that
only the possible methods. Yeah, that's exactly what we want.
Very cool. So this is the first half of it. But we still have something more to do. We still have to think about the return value.
Yeah, exactly. Because now, what is now the return value? Can I test it?
The return value, since I have t up there,
okay.
it's still the one object that I put in there. So c is the whole thing there. But I want to now take this particular string, split it up again, and select those values from this particular object. And for that, I create another helper type. So first of all, what I'm going to do, the problem is I have to somehow make a connection. So let's see how that type looks like. I say type, let's call it prop return of t and p. Okay, let's just say never for now. Prop return of t and p says this is the object I want to pass in, like object, and this is the selector. Okay, so I add that here. Prop return of t, but what's my p? I can't say nested keys of t because it would be all the nested keys.
Yeah.
I somehow have to bind it to a particular variable. And I just do the same thing that I did before. I add a new variable, a new generic type variable. I say p, and I say p has to extend nested keys of t. Okay, this is a type constraint that I'm doing, and then I can use p over there.
That's good.
And let's just return it for now.
Return p, like the string itself.
Let's return the type p, exactly. And what I can see, if I have over that, that's the exact value type. So it's not the entire set of possible values anymore, not what I get if I do nested keys, but just this one particular type. So TypeScript checked for me that this constraint is fulfilled. So you can use this string because it matches this subset of strings. But once you actually use it, you get p out of it. Okay, you get this particular value type again out of it. And now we can start creating our prop.
We could extract the value then from it, right?
Yeah, exactly. Just it's an automatic process with we call it generic type binding. It's bound to a value and bound to a type.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Okay, so now I create prop return t and p. All right. First level is easy. So if I just have one, if I'm just one level deep, I can say if
key of.
Exactly, if p extends key of t, then please say t of p. All right. Otherwise, I never return. Otherwise, I get in a state that is not possible. For now, we are getting there. So if I say const y is age, I get a number in return. For name, I get string in return. For occupation, I get a whole object.
This is cool. This is cool.
And for occupation company, never. This is now what I'm going to implement right now. So let's work on the other clause. So one thing that I have is either it's this one level where I just have a shallow access, or I have this concatenation stuff, or it's one of those strings where you concatenate things. And this is what I'm going to do in a string literal type again. So I again have my backticks, and I say, okay, this is the first type, then I have the dot, and then I have the entire rest. And the problem is, okay, TypeScript does not know what the first type is or what the rest type is. That's why I have to infer them. So I can say, okay, if you match this particular string, infer that and put it in a type variable. This is really like functional programming. I'm creating two variables on the fly using this infer keyword. And I do the same here with infer rest. Of course, I have to make sure that I check if this is actually possible. So I say if my k extends this particular string, okay, then infer those two types, the one for the first dot and all the others after the first dot. So for example, I want to have occupation, and then I want to have company.founder. And I do that by checking, does my first extend the keys that I put in there? So is this occupation part, the one before the dot, is this actually part of the object that I'm passing in? Does this make sense?
Pretty much.
Cool. If that's the case, so if I can grab the first one out of it, I
return it, right? The type
I
of
go
it.
I go one level deep. I just use the same type again. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in the very wrong type. I have to put pop return. Here it makes a lot more sense. Funny that it didn't throw anything at me. So.
But I guess now this is a very interesting point for me, at least, because this is where we start our recursion, right? This is where we start the loop again.
Exactly. This is exactly that. So what I'm doing here is exactly that. I just say, okay, I'm going back into this prop return thing because I can split out the one thing, okay, and then all the other things I'm putting as the second argument, and the whole thing starts again. If this is a key of t, then I can return the object again. Otherwise, I'm going down the rabbit hole again. And with those never calls at the end, so I have to write never twice because I'm in a deeply nested ternary. Exactly. I guess I could format it like that. Either it's that or that. And then I would. You see, just like that.
Yeah.
This is the one never that stops this one. This is the one never that stops the other one.
Perfect.
Whatever. But I have this is the ending condition. So if it doesn't fulfill any of those constraints, that I return never, and this type does not exist anymore. So it's really removing that from the list. And with all the others, I have now this particular recursive type where I can go deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. I'm always splitting out one thing and work with the next one, splitting out one thing and work with the next one. And this is how I do this deep property access across this tree of elements that you have there. So I have occupation.company, and if I hover over it, you see I get the company out of that, exactly what I'm looking at or what I want to have. And let's say the founder, the occupation has a role, and if I enter role, I get a string out of it. Exactly what I see down there, role CTO. And let's say I say he has also started at the year. He started because it's the founder. It started 2004, a year before founding, of course. I say he started, and I get the number out of that. Same with here.
Pretty cool.
Bar, bus, lu, ru. I get C out of it. It's also a number. Okay.
So
I have one more thing.
Yeah. Go on.
The cool thing is now, okay, let's say I'm interested in the exact value types of this particular object. I can lock down this object with asconst into a read-only object. And then it gets really funny because suddenly I nail it down to the one particular value type. And if I look at const y, then it's actually 2004, not just number, just 2004. Or just, if I write as const here, it's just 42.
Just 42, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's
Amazing.
How you work with conditional recursive string literal type inference.
I see. I don't know. I would say I would want to quickly repeat what the certain steps in this process were, how we developed that type, what the problems are, maybe some unsolved problems, and then a quick look ahead to finish up. What do you say?
That sounds good. I'm stop sharing my screen and hand back to you.
Okay, then I will share my screen again. And this should be now it. You should see an overview of our workflow.
Exactly. So this is so one thing that I guess is the most important thing is isolate. Try to get to the function itself with a couple of test data in the playground. Try to get rid of everything else, and then start thinking about how could a function look like. So what are the generic bindings, and treat your types just like a function. And try to create the flow. So always think of a couple of values in there, and how would the values behave within this type flow. This is a very good way of approaching this.
I guess I want to stress out that we use these helper types and debug types in between. So the helper types, of course, to like reduce stuff, but I also really like this approach of like having this debug type and especially declaring this function at the beginning to throw it in the type system to have something to work with. I guess this is not what a lot of people would start with, and I guess it's very, very beneficial.
Yeah. So the cool thing is you can now take those 3 types that we developed and throw it into your our RX Angular library and just use them as they are. No matter what the method signature is in the end,
exactly.
because you can use the types as you move around, but the types work on their own really well actually.
Pretty good. When I implemented it the first time, I used arrays for implementing it. So the current plan is that I have an array of those dot strings that we created now. But before I had an array, could you tell us a little bit about why it is not that easy with arrays?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So the thing is, strings are really easy to handle because you can very easily say what the value type is, because it's literally this one particular string. So working with strings, especially in TypeScript, is super easy. Arrays are a little bit tricky because what you have when you enter, let's say, either an array with properties where you have each level in its own element of the array, or you have it in a function where they're comma separated as arguments. This is not called an array then, but a tuple. And the tuple is basically an array with a defined length, and each value in this particular element has a defined type. Okay, so and this particular tuple is, when you put it into the type system, can be of variadic length. So you have to work with type that can be of 2 elements, 3 elements, 4 elements, n elements. And this works already with TypeScript, but they have to do some shortcuts so it doesn't get too heavy on the processor. So I could create one thing where I say, okay, I can get out all the tuples that you can pass into it. And I can say, okay, I create the other type where I can put in all those tuples. But connecting those two together with generic binding is something that does not work right now. And important is to say it does not work right now. It will work in the future. There's an issue on GitHub out where we discuss the topic and what's the problem with that. But to make sure that this works, this is something that will be, I guess, in an upcoming release. Also, if we say arrays here, what we have also not done is, like, we have not taken care of if you have a collection in one of those properties where you have to index via a number or via numeric index instead of a string. This is also something that we would have to create.
Yeah, I would suggest that we don't do it now because we should somehow stick to a schedule. We had now a little bit of insights in the roadmap. This is upcoming. I'm pretty sure we will again hack around when it's shipped and solve the next set of problems. Let's quickly say bye. As you already know, my name is Michael Latke. Trainings, consultings, workshops. You should remember to hire me. This is how I pay the flowers for my wife. And yeah, the library that I'm working on is called RX Angular, fastest, most ergonomic way how to do something reactive in your Angular application. Stefan, what about you, quickly?
Yeah, so thanks for giving me the chance to work on a type like that. It was really fun, and the cool thing is you can look at all the facets of the type system, and this is something that I enjoy a lot, especially lately. That's why I blog a lot about it on fatblog.eu. So check out this blog, check out what I'm writing about TypeScript. There are lots of TypeScript articles on there. I also host the German-speaking.
The book.
I'm getting there. So I'm also doing a German podcast called Working Draft, where we also speak a lot about TypeScript. And if you switch the slide,
and now
I've written a beautiful book. So I would be honored if you folks would love to check it out and see what you can learn about TypeScript. We tried to make it as relevant as it can be for future TypeScript versions. So you learn a lot about the inner mechanics of the TypeScript type system instead of sticking to one particular version. That's why it will last for a long time. And the things that you learn in there will help you understanding every update that comes with the future TypeScript versions.
Amazing.
Alrighty.
Cool. I stop my screen sharing now.
Cool.
So,
Stefan.
Which one?
Stefan number 2. Stefan number 2.
Who is number 2?
You're number 2, or because
now I'm number 2. Before I was number 1. Now I'm number 2.
Sorry, you're always number 1, Stefan.
This just can mean that I'm number 3, so never mind.
Okay. First of all, this was a really crazy journey. I was like, okay, one level more, and we start to recurse.
Exactly. This was also where I was like spotting these points where recursion starts is, I guess, super important for people to watch this, and therefore, the more we can stress those specific points where you start the recursion out, the better it is, I guess.
Yeah. This never. So
yeah, that's a good mantra. So if you want something to actually never happen, it's never.
Never. Yeah. You always have to make sure to also get out of the hole. So let's have a look at the question. Yeah. The top voted question is a comment. It says, recursion solves everything, Roffer.
Can't argue about that, can I?
I mean, I have to jump in here. I did it without recursion, and I don't like it. It is not working, and you saw at the very beginning, it ends very fast. So you can just have a certain number of overloads, then you're done.
So the thing is, if you think about TypeScript not as this mix of JavaScript and type information, but actually as a type system on top of JavaScript that is expressed as a functional programming language, then it makes a lot of sense to do that recursively, because you just want to have a couple of statements lined up and not go into loops, etc. And then what Michael basically did with doing all those overloads was classic assembler style loop unrolling in some way, where he had to end at some point, because I don't know, he got
I need to
some strains in his hands or something like that. So because he had to type
it. On the day I wrote it, I tweeted that I just fucking spent 150 lines of types for 10 lines of code. So I was like, TypeScript, no, not my friend.
Yeah, but
and I can see that, yeah.
But apart from the love and hate relationship one can have with TypeScript, what is for you personally this future of TypeScript, JavaScript? Who will say at the end, "I am your father"? Rest in peace, Darth Vader. How will that work out? You know, at the moment, TypeScript is, for a lot of people, this is something people came up with because they cannot work with JavaScript. And
so this is a very good question, because this is something that I personally have struggled a lot with when I approached TypeScript first, because the first people who told me I should use TypeScript were all those Java developers who didn't want to write JavaScript, and this got me really, really annoyed. It was not until I watched some YouTube talks a couple of years ago by Anders Heilsberg, one of the creators of TypeScript, who always said during his talks that he's not creating a new programming language. He creates tooling for JavaScript. And when you hear him talk, he says, okay, I'm a JavaScript developer. I just have one of the best tools. He also says that JavaScript is not a programming language without a type system. It's just a programming language that has no formal way of declaring a type system. And if you get into this state of mind and think about TypeScript in that way, suddenly it becomes a lot clearer what you can do with it. And I guess this is also another good reason to mention my book, because in the first chapter of my book, out of 7 chapters, we are not writing a single line of TypeScript. We are just understanding what the compiler does with your JavaScript code. And then we open up the whole world of defining types on our own. So think of TypeScript as a tool that tries to understand your code, your JavaScript code, as good as possible. And the moment it can't figure things out anymore, you can help TypeScript to get better information and better types out of it. And this can be totally on the side from your regular JavaScript workflows.
Cool. Never
Yeah, I
seen
can
that.
also remember when I started with TypeScript, I was forced to do it. It was like super early stage, and we decided between, what was it, CoffeeScript and TypeScript. And back then we thought, because nobody knew anything about it, it's somehow similar or not. And I was like, phew, my boss is taking a pretty big risk and bet on TypeScript. But as time showed, it paid off. Now I guess it's pretty clear that Flow, which was at a certain moment a competitor, is also not the same. So TypeScript is really like Stefan's definition language, and I'm impressed how the journey was from the very beginning until now.
Yeah. What's your opinion in the next, let's say in 3 years? Yeah, will people look for JavaScript developers or for TypeScript developers?
TypeScript developers.
I think we are not asking that question anymore, because we just assume that TypeScript is the one thing that you want to have to understand your JavaScript code.
Yeah.
So yeah, so you can see that already if you look at NPM stats, for example, the number of people who produce types with the packages has now risen up to, I guess, 62%. 62% of all active NPM users or NPM producers are also producing type information along with it, because it helps those tooling layer. That does not mean that the consumers are using that, but the producers are using that, and that's already a very, very big number. So I always say, if you're writing JavaScript and you use a tool like NPM and Visual Studio Code, you are actively using TypeScript, whether you want it or not, because this TypeScript is what powers Visual Studio Code for you to get this great editing experience, for example. So.
Okay, so let's see. You know, people are actually only coming up with comments, yeah, but not with questions.
Tell us some funny comments, Stefan.
They are not funny. They are just the reality. Cedric says, "This is awesome. It makes so much fun seeing you both
Stefan,
work this out."
Stefan, should I prove that I wear trousers or not?
Is that a question on Slido?
No.
I don't know.
Michael, there is a code of conduct. I just want you to know.
Yeah, but you started the joke.
I'm sorry.
And I wear fucking trousers. Even in home office.
That's good.
Thank you.
Kids out there, please always wear trousers, even in home office. So, and that was Cedric, and Luc was somewhere in between where Stefan was getting really agitated, and like you could feel it was like coming out of the screen, at least on my end. It says, "I feel the enthusiasm of Stefan building the solution."
Yeah, so it's a nerd topic, you know. It makes a lot of fun. To be honest, it makes a lot of fun. But the cool thing is you get also something out of it. And if you know, it can be a little bit convoluted if you say, "Wow, do I have to type all those crazy rules just to get the proper tooling?" If you're a library author like Michael, yes, I think you have to, because this gives your users really good type information.
Yeah.
Personally, I say for myself, I'm reaching 40, so I especially said my age is not a number, but if I'm honest, I'm close to 40. I'm also working for me the next day, so I always have to remember what I did the day before, and having those types helps me understand what I do a lot better.
Yeah, can imagine that. Oh, there is one for Michael. Type of pants, smiley.
Jeans, blue jeans, brown belt. Yeah, I prefer jeans.
Before we come to the book question, what could a valid recursion stop condition be? Is it possible to have objects with a def where performance really gets drained down?
Yeah, so this is a very, 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 very good question, because performance is always a topic, especially with constructs like that. So this can reach a level where it can get really slow. And I can't put a number on that, of course. It also depends a lot on how the rest of a type system already looks like. The cool thing is TypeScript is very, very good at splitting responsibilities for the files that you create. So it knows if you have a performance-heavy type that does a lot of recursion and string concatenation and string splitting, and you use that just in a couple of files, it knows to not roll it out to all the other files and stuff like that. So you can reduce those performance problems very, very well to certain files and types, but it can drain, especially if you have a huge project where you try to keep everything on screen all the time, especially with big, huge Angular projects where you not only have TypeScript as a compiler, but also the Angular compiler, and then you have, I don't know, Webpack running underneath it. Things can get slow.
Yeah.
But I couldn't say when you reach it because I rarely reach things like that. So it would have been multiple megabytes of data that I'm browsing through, where I actually had a problem in grasping that in a serious amount of time. But yeah, it's a bottleneck that people should be aware of.
I can say that you reach performance problems way earlier in flat structures, just like big flat structures. Iterating an array with like 10,000 items takes time. Processing an image pixel by pixel takes time, for example. So you don't even need to think in depth. It is just like the amount of calculations that you run that could make something slow.
Yeah. But will not be the new friend of JavaScript, WebAssembly, also help in these kind of situations?
Yes.
I would say yes and no, because you have a certain number of things or work that you need to do. Okay, you can do the work a little bit faster, but if you have like a million things, you have a million things. So you should like work on the stuff you process, and maybe also a good point here, you should work on the way how you process. And this is my chance to get a small throwback to reactive programming. So if you think about really huge companies like Alibaba, for example, right? They had a batch-based processing infrastructure. They batch processed all at once. And this took a lot of time, and they were forced to switch to stream processing and process like item by item by item on its own in a stream. And therefore you can shut down those performance necks pretty easily, because you just don't do everything at once. You do it on the fly.
Yeah. So and one thing that I can add here is that for TypeScript to get faster with WebAssembly, you first need to have a possibility to run JavaScript code in WebAssembly, because it's still, program it in something else and then compile it down to something in WebAssembly. There are TypeScript compilers out there that are written in Rust, for example, and I guess it's mostly Rust. And they are, of course, a ton faster, but always lag behind the features that the TypeScript teams develop. So you have to keep in mind they try to keep up with 9 years of development to write it in a new programming language, and then it's not said that you have a better performance. There was one project in the Ember.js ecosystem called Glimmer, which was a template compiler and template virtual machine. So where you also the same thing that Angular does, where you split up angle brackets and instantiate components and load properties and try to recalculate certain operations and certain fields there, and they developed the same VM one time in JavaScript and one time in Rust for WebAssembly, and they didn't get any performance impact at all because the VM was already so well optimized. And JavaScript, if you have the right data structures, it can be really, really, really fast. If you just what Michael said, it then boils down to the amount of operations that you have to make. If it's a lot like image processing, etc., then it makes a lot of sense to have that written down in Rust, Go, compile it to WebAssembly, and put it out. Let's see if the TypeScript team decides to swap infrastructure at some point and rewrite the entire compiler. They did once. So they've written it originally in C# and then compiled it down to TypeScript. But the moment TypeScript was able to compile itself, it has been JavaScript ever since. So
yeah,
good to see. So last item on the Slido list. When will your book be available? I took a quick look at the website and it looks really nice.
Cool. Thank you very much. It's out now. So it has been out since November 17. Shipping started last week, I guess. if you buy the printed book, shipping is free worldwide, no matter where you live. It's those 40 euros straight, and shipping is included. And if you buy the printed book, you get the ebook immediately to read, or you can just buy the ebook for, I guess, half of the price of the original book. The Smashing folks are a wonderful publisher. They are really, really nice. And if there's anything with your order that you want to have cleared or want to know, just tweet them at Smashing Support on Twitter or write an email. They're answering really, really fast, and they're a nice bunch of people.
Oh, thank you. So, audience out there, now it's your turn on this side. You know, Slido, poll, add some stars, add some nice words, because Stefan and Michael, they did a really hell of a show. So they deserve feedback. Usually, you know, they would accept invites for beers. That's unfortunately not possible in virtual settings.
But I can drink it.
You can.
Okay, cool. Then let's do that.
After 4.
Yeah. So before we go into the break, just one hint. This is the virtual coffee break at Café Sacher. You can join it by using the link in the agenda on the wearedevelopers.com/live/live-week page. And I hope to see you there, and I will have a look. It's a digital experience. Oh, it's in collaboration with Vienna Tourist Board. So it's another possibility to make some kind of a staycation, I think is the right word to this. So see you right at 4:15 with Miro on generics and boilerplates. So
Bye-bye.
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 magnetic fields move and electrons start flowing. When you feel that anything is possible, when the night can turn into day, then a new modern world is possible. Electricity gives impulse to our imagination. Passion and precision are at the heart of our work. Anytime.
Illwerke VKW. Energie für Generationen.
app just crashed. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. Curiously, a hurricane just came down in Iran.
And we are back, and here with me is Miro. Hi, Miro.
Hi.
And actually, this is kind of funny because this is some kind of a. I sometimes have the feeling that the whole Angular world is moving towards TypeScript. Is that a feeling of mine, or is it really like this?
I think it actually moved to TypeScript 4 years ago when Angular developed version 2 and decided to actively promote it as a TypeScript solution. So all the examples were in TypeScript, and it's now hard to imagine developing Angular without TypeScript. I mean, you can still do it. It's still JavaScript, but all the tutorials, all the documentation, everything is TypeScript. So it would have to be real masochist to try to work with Angular without TypeScript.
I was looking for that sentence. But now let's come to your talk, and the talk you are going up to see, not you, Miro, you will hold it. As for you guys, the talk's name is Hello Generics, Goodbye Boilerplate, and I will be right back for the Q&A, so it's a long ride back. Yeah. Have fun. Bye, Miro.
Okay. Okay. So let me share my screen. Okay, so you should see my presentation now. So as Stefan mentioned, the name of the talk is Hello Generics, Goodbye Boilerplate. And I must admit, I'm not used to speaking without seeing my audience. So I will just imagine that you are all sitting comfortably in your living rooms or in front of your computers, maybe drinking tea or coffee. Just don't get too much comfortable. I don't want you to fall asleep. And I'll do my best not to force you to fall asleep. So first of all, thanks to organizers for having me. And yeah, my talk is kind of follow-up or prequel to the talk delivered by Michal and Stefan. I will focus on one specific part of TypeScript, that is generics, and I will show you how you can leverage this to battle the boilerplate. Now, but before I go into generics and boilerplate, I would like to set up the stage by showing you some statements. And you can decide for yourself if you agree with those statements or not. So the first statement that you already seen is that developers love to code, right? There are developers that love to code more. There are developers that love to code less. But at the end of the day, I guess it's our job to code. So we are, in a way, obliged to code. And it's up to you to decide whether you fit into the group of developers who love to code or developers who have to code because it's their daily job. But let's try to enhance this a little bit. Developers love to copy-paste code, right? It doesn't matter if you're a beginner in the whole development world and you're learning the first things, how to connect the dots, and you're going through tutorials and different YouTube videos, and you're doing a lot of copy-pasting code from here and there. Or you might be a senior developer who already knows how to do things, but you still occasionally run into some problems that you don't know exactly how to solve, and you then go to Stack Overflow and search for a solution. Or maybe you just picked up the new library that's hot right now, and you're going through their tutorial to see how things are working. And then you copy paste bits and pieces. Like we all do that, right? Some developers, of course, love to copy paste more. Some love to copy paste less. Again, it's up to you to decide which group you belong to. But there is one specific copy pasting that's kind of the highest evolutionary step of copy pasting. And that is to copy paste boilerplate code. Right? There are times when you just start implementing certain things and you remember that you already implemented this in some other project, or you might actually implement it in the same project, but in a different module. And this is when you just copy part of the code, change bits and pieces, and ship it as a new feature. And then again, next feature, you copy the existing feature, change some small items, and move on. And there are people who actually love to do this, to copy-paste boilerplate code, but based on my experience, those people are not majority. But again, it's up to you to decide where you fit, to the people that love to copy-paste boilerplate or to people that don't love. But when we talk about boilerplate, what is the boilerplate exactly? If you type into Google boilerplate, you might find different results. For example, you might find this picture. And this picture is called Johnson versus boilerplate. It's actually taken at a famous match that never happened. And if it's not completely obvious, the Johnson is the one on the right and boilerplate is the one with the helmet. But joke aside, if you type in Wikipedia what is boilerplate, you might find definition like this. Boilerplates are sections of code that need to be included all over your application with little or no alteration. I read some article recently that 90% of a good code base is boilerplate. it sounds kind of weird, right? If you think about it, how can code be good and at the same time have such a high number of boilerplate? But if you think deeply about it, you'll realize that there is a common theme to all good code bases, and that is that they share the same architecture across the entire solution. They're probably building the components the same way, the services the same way, the state management the same way. They have the same style of writing code all over the application, same way of declaring variables, same way of designing functions. And this inevitably leads to the copy pasting into boilerplate. Because if you delivered one feature, most likely the next feature will look more or less the same. It will have just different names, maybe different models, or slightly different models, but in the base it will be the same structure of the code all over again. And to be honest, I think this number 90% is quite high and probably matches more some backend APIs than the front-end code. But even though you might not agree with this number, I would say it's still a big portion of huge enterprise code bases. So should we be okay with this? I mean, everyone has a lot of boilerplate as soon as the application starts to grow. And apparently everyone is doing it the same way. And they're okay with it. Should we be okay with that? Of course not. So today I'll show you one trick how you can reduce this number by using generic syntax script. But before I go into more details, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Miroslav Janaš. I'm originally from Serbia and now living in the beautiful Vienna. I work at 5G Systems, where we provide platform for gaming companies. I'm also co-organizer of Vienna.js, and I'm also co-organizer of Angular Vienna meetups, and I'm co-founder of Angular Austria Association. If you want to reach out, you can find me on most of the social networks using the handle Miroslav with double E. And most likely you will find me on Twitter and GitHub using this handle. Now at 5G Systems, we are building a lot of different web applications. And some of those applications are enterprise size, and they're built to serve different needs of our clients, such as handling the entire ecosystem of cloud instances, or perhaps managing of their services and the user data. And all of these huge applications we decided to write in Angular. And we also decided to use the same state management system and more or less to use the same sub-libraries. And this also led to the point where all our architectures between these projects are more or less the same, and we have the same flow and same design patterns used. And this, of course, leads to some small amount of boilerplate, not only between the projects, but also within the project. So as soon as our features grew, we started to copy paste more and more and more. And this became boring at some point. So we decided we need to do something about it. And once we introduced the state management, this helped us to follow the stream of data more easily and to be able to reason with the state of our application, because in a state, with the state management, it's easy to know where you are exactly and how you got to this point. But bringing state management to the solution also brought a whole new set of boilerplate for us to handle. For those of you that don't know the state management flow, we are using, by the way, Redux flow, which is implemented in NGRX for Angular as a mix of Redux and RxJS. And this flow is quite simple. So the central point of the state management is store, which keeps your entire state. And then Vue can fetch information from this state and render based on the state. And then Vue can decide to fire a change request, which is in a form of action. Each action has a type and has a payload. And the type is used for the action to distinguish between different actions and to know how to handle it. And payload is actually like a vessel carrying the important information. And the next important part of the state management is the reducer. Reducer is a function that takes two arguments, the existing state, so the current state instance, and the action, and calculates the new state. So imagine the state management as being continuous flow of action reducer store, action reducer store. So Vue creates action plus state gives you a new state, which then is stored in the store and fed back to Vue. This entire flow is synchronous, but sometimes you need asynchronous data. And in this case, you use effect. Effect is a kind of asynchronous action where you can subscribe to an existing action, do some asynchronous activity on the side, and then based on the result, this activity could be, for example, fetching resources from HTTP, using HTTP request from your API. And then based on the result, you can fire a new action, or you can just do things on the side, for example, log certain information without ever needing to fire action back. And this is a way to handle these asynchronous flows. Now, in order to understand how we are using this entire system, I built this very simple website. It's called NOSCAR. It's what actually Oscar awards should be about. Not these boring awards like the best actor, the best supporting role, but actually the important things like most revealing trailer, most predictable plot, most unsuitable score, or most rip-off scenes. And like most other websites, you can share the information on ICQ or Space, or you can go to Pirate Bay to fetch your fresh cam version of the movie. Now, if you click on the navigation menu, nominees, you would end up on the nominees page. The nominees page actually is triggered by router. Router realizes that, oh, I'm going to nominees page, so I need to fetch nominees component, and nominees component starts loading and realizes that it's needing data from the backend. So it's firing an action called load nominees. And load nominees is then setting the state to loading true, thanks to the reducer. And this further triggers the text to appear on a website saying, loading, please wait. Some websites actually go further, so they show you some loading animation, such as this Leo crawling for his Oscar. And then this entire activity can take some time because you're fetching some resource from an API, and based on your internet connection, this can take a couple of milliseconds, or it can even take a couple of seconds or minutes. Now, at some point, your data arrives, and your effect creates an action called nominees loaded, wrapping your response. And then next reducer kicks in, and it's setting loading back to false and storing the payloads or nominees into your state. Now, your component is listening to the store, and as soon as the store is changing, it will realize, okay, loading is false, so I should probably remove this loading animation. And I have all nominees that I need, so I can now show them. And this triggers the entire loading navigation. So you can now see the most revealing trailer, you can see the movies that are nominated for the rip-off scenes, for the most predictable plots, and you can even see the posters for the most revealing trailer. And as you can see, there are some very amazing movies that you probably know, like Nightclub or Madx or No Country for Old Hen. And this is what you would call a happy flow. So you request the data, at some point this data arrives, and everything is nice as you expected. But sometimes this doesn't work as expected. So in this case, we fetched data for nominees for 2020, of course, because we are in 2020. But let's imagine that user manually changed the URL to 2021, or one of the developers made a mistake and set up the wrong data. Now, the nominees for 2021 wouldn't exist, wouldn't they? Because we're still in 2020, so these movies haven't been recorded yet. So if we try to fetch information that doesn't exist, we would probably get some HTTP failure, most likely a 404 error. And then our effect would wrap this to a nominees load failed, and we would store this error in the state. And storing the error would then trigger different component or component to react differently. In this case, you would see this Liam Neeson animation. Now, let's dive in how this actually works under the hood. So NGRX implements actions as classes. As you can see, each class has a name. It implements an action. It has a read-only type, which in this case is actually just a string. It's hidden behind this constant. But at the end of the day, it's just a string. And this string should be unique because you want to distinguish between different actions of different type. And an action can, but it doesn't have to, have a payload. And each payload has a type. And you can actually design this payload however you want. But we decided to always call it payload to have some sort of consistency across the application. And if you just look at these three actions, you can actually see a lot of boilerplate going on here. Let me just help you with it by emphasizing only the parts that are different. So as you can see, for each action, the only thing that is different is the name of the action, the name of the type, and the type of payload. And we were thinking about it as we were writing these actions one after another. Just imagine if our application has 10 different modules. Each module can have at least 10 different actions. That's already 100 actions. An application can only grow. It doesn't usually get smaller as features get added. And at some point we realize, okay, this is just too much copy pasting and we should do something about it. Why don't we try to reduce this whole structure to just emphasize the things that are important for us. And the way we decided to do this was by using generics. And we actually realized that it's not just actions, it's the entire state management and also some other parts of our applications were quite cluttered with a lot of boilerplate that didn't really bring the clarity to the application, it just brought numbers of lines of code. So if you used some of the more backend oriented languages such as Java or C#, you would most likely use generics already. Generics are one of the main tools in object-oriented languages for creating reusable code. And they allow us to create a construct that can work over a variety of types rather than a single one. This allows us to consume all these constructs in multiple places using different types. And at the same time, we are flexible, but type safe. So let me start first by introducing what generics can do for us. So let's imagine we have three different classes. First class is a student. It has first name and last name. And it has this getter that returns first name and last name, or the full name of the student. Next, we have a class called car. And car, in contrast to student, has a brand and a model. Cars could also have names, but apart from movies, not many cars have actually real names. So here, as you can see, we define a brand and a model. And the third class will be a pet. Pet only has a name. And let's now create this type agnostic function. We have a function called nameLength that takes one input parameter item and it returns the name of the length, the length of the name property of this item. Now let's create three different instances. First, we're going to create a student called Jane Doe. Then we're going to create a pet called Dobie. And then we're going to create a new SUV car called Toyota RAV. And now if we call console log and try to print out the name for all of them, our IDE would be completely fine with that. because at the end of the day, name length can take any argument. It doesn't care about the type. But if you run this in your browser, you would end up with this magical problem. And this is quite famous issue, and it's also quite self-explanatory, of course. It says, cannot read property length of undefined. It explains everything. And this error is so often that no matter how many times we have it, it still hurts us quite a bit. So if your code base is small, of course, you will immediately notice where this error is happening. But it could, in fact, and it actually happens, that this code gets hidden in some nested functionality. And it's almost impossible when it happens to figure out why exactly this is happening, which part went wrong. And this is where the generics come to hand. Let's say we first define interface that's called hasName. And this interface is very simple. It just requires you to have a property name which is of type string. Now we can define the same function again, but instead of having item of some arbitrary type, now we're going to say that type has to extend hasName, which you can see with this angled brackets. And we have one generic type T, and this one extends hasName. Now we know that our item will always have a name. If we now write the same code again, if you run it in some modern IDE, you would immediately see some squiggly line, in this case, flat line, and you would see an exact error saying that the problem is in your const SUV car, and the problem is that car cannot be assigned to hasName because name is missing. And that's exactly the information you need. So it exactly tells you where the error happens and why is it happening and how can you improve it. So by just knowing this error, you can go back to your car and define a name that would again be probably a combination of model and brand. Now, following the same logic of generic types, we decided to create our abstract class base action, which takes a single generic parameter T. And this parameter we would then use to specify payload. So now going to our class action, before we would have to specify type, and then we would write a constructor where we would specify the payload and the type. Now we could say something like this, that our class implements base action of number, which is our type. And then we will have to specify just the type. Nomin is loaded. Nomin is load. And with this, we managed to remove one line of code. That's one line of code for each action. So multiply by number of actions. Imagine if you have 100 actions, that would be 100 lines of code saved. Now, we started to question the whole type thing in these classes. Because at the end of the day, type is just a string. And although you're trying to be safe about it, it can still happen that someone else can create different action with the same type string. So string doesn't actually guarantee that this is unique. But what's unique about action is the class. So we were thinking, why not, instead of type, use a class to distinguish different actions? By doing this, we could actually drop the entire type altogether. So instead of these 3 lines, we could come down to 1 line. So we would say export constant load nominees, export class, there's a typo, load nominees implements base action of number. At the same time, the NGRX team also realized there's a lot of boilerplate, but they went a different way. Instead of trying to optimize the class, they actually replaced the class with a function. And this function was called create action. It's actually slightly misleading because it doesn't create an action, it creates an action creator. And it works the similar way like class. So you specify the type, which is string, and then you specify this props, which is your type of the payload. This binds the entire create action so that when you try to create action, you have to specify exactly this type of properties. Now, part of the whole state management is, as I mentioned, the reducer. And this is how the reducers work in most of the frameworks. It's usually a function that takes two parameters. One is a state and the other one is action. And then you use some sort of switch case to distinguish between different actions and what action you need to do, so how to calculate the new state. So for example, if the action type is load nominees, then you return the state plus the loading set to the loading state loading and error reset to null. Now, this doesn't have to be switch case. It can also be if else, if it's smaller reducer. If it's big, then it would only complicate things. But NGRX team also realized that this is additional part of the boilerplate. So instead, they created a function called createReducer, which has a slightly smaller footprint. It takes, again, initial state as a property, and then takes an array of these on functions, which is like a surgical reducer. So it specifies for which action type, what is the change you need to do. So for example, for load nominees, it says you take the state, and this is how you calculate the new state. And as we were working on our solution, we realized that every time we want to fetch an information, we are setting loading to true and error to null. Every time the data arrives, we set the loading to successful or to false. And we handle our data that arrived. And every time there's a failure, we store this error in the state. And again, reset the loading. And this was being repeated over and over again. And we realized, okay, if we want to reduce this boilerplate, we would have to automate this somehow. So we would have to try to at least get rid of this load and failed states or actions. Because the only meaningful change that we care about is the one that's setting our data, in this case, the loaded action. So how can we get rid of these load actions and failed actions? One way would be to realize when it's load action or failed action, to handle it somehow generically in the reducer. And in order to do so, we need to have a notion of figuring out whether it's loaded, or failed. So we decided to create grouped actions. So for each action, we would specify whether it belongs to the load, to the success, or to the failure group. And then underneath, you can see how we define these groups. So we had load nominees, and then you specify the payload, and you additionally had to specify the action group. And this was kind of against the whole idea of reducing the boilerplate, because we were creating the boilerplate just by doing this. So we decided to create a dedicated creator factories that actually work the same way as create action. They take type, and they take the property type definition. And under the hood, they're actually adding also the property for the action group without you noticing that. So when you're using, you don't have to specify to which group it belongs, because it's already embedded in the create action. And this then allowed us to enhance our reducers. So instead of using this standard way of using reducer, we could now use our create group reducer function that was handling load and failed automatically. And it's actually quite flexible, so you can specify to also handle automatically the success parts, or you can add the necessary reducers to handle specifically the load parts or the failed parts. And this is how it looks under the hood. So I'll quickly guide you through the code. It takes, as you've seen, the initial state, and then it takes a list of creators. Since we're gonna be handling all these things automatically, we want to make sure that our reducer only processes the actions that we want it to process. Otherwise, all our automated reducers would be processing the same load actions and the same failed actions. So we would be handling the same action multiple times. And finally, we have our configuration, which is completely optional, and it defines overrides for the default functionalities. So first thing is we take this creator types, which is an array pointing to action creators, and we reduce it to an object so we can easily find if our action belongs to this group. So we extract the types, and then we're gonna say, first thing is that I want to check if the action that's being served does belong to our creator types. If it doesn't, we just return the state as it is without no changes. If it is, next we're gonna check if it is a group action. So if it is a load, we're gonna check if the load reducer override is defined. If it is, we're gonna use this reducer to handle it. Otherwise, we use the default load reducer. Same for the success and same for the failure. If it happens to have a property called action group, but it's not something that we recognize, we're gonna throw an exception because we're expecting that this has to be either load, success, or failure. And finally, if it's not grouped action, it could be just a standard action created by some other part of the code or some part of the code that we're not controlling. In this case, we're gonna just treat it with a general reducer if it's defined. If not, then we're gonna use the default general reducer. Now, default general reducer actually just returns the state in this case. In the case of load, it would just set loading to true. In the case of success, it would reset loading to false. And in case of failed, it would reset loading to false and store the error. Now, we were so happy about what we accomplished with reducers, so we decided, let's tackle the effects, because effects are also one big portion of boilerplate in state management. And this is how the effects normally look like. It's a class that has a lot of these effects defined, and a typical effect has a name. It's called with a create effect. It's listening to the stream of actions the same way as a reducer, and then usually filter by specific type. So in this case, we want to say we are only interested about actions of type load nominees. And then we're gonna apply switch map to map the payload of this load nominees to a higher order observable by calling our service that then handles this call to the backend and returns an observable. And next, then we're gonna map this observable. If it's successful, we're gonna map it to a new action called nominees loaded, as you've seen earlier. And if it's a failure, we're gonna wrap the original payload and the error together to the action called nominees load failed. And this is the typical flow of the effects. So depending on the type of call you're making, it can be switch case, it can be switch map or merge map or concat map or exhaust map. It could also be just mapping one type to another. For example, we used to type nominees load failed into an action that's causing a toaster message to pop up. So there are different effects that you can apply, but more or less they come to the same thing. You listen to the stream of actions, you filter it, then you make some sort of action, most likely with the service. And if it's successful, you do one thing. If it's failure, you do another. And just looking at this code, it's actually not clear what are the most important parts. But if I highlight it like here, you're gonna notice that these are the actually things we care about. We don't care about the rest. So what we care about is, what is the name of the effect? What type of action I'm listening to? What should I do with it? So in this case, I'm gonna switch map it to our get nominees call. And if it's successful, I'm gonna create nominees loaded from the response. If it's a failure, I'm gonna create nominees load failed. And we thought about it, wouldn't it be easier if we could just write some function that has just these properties instead of writing all that stuff around? And this is what we did. So for each of these cases, we created a dedicated function. So for example, for a switch map, we have create switch map effect that takes type, which is nominees, takes service call, which is get nominees in this case. Then we have our mapper function for successful information and name of the action for the failure. And again, this is how it looks under the hood. There's a bit more types, so I'm gonna, again, hide certain parts and go step by step. So this one takes actually two generic parameters. One is our request, which is the type of our action payload. And it's some record that has a string keys and has some unknown properties. It could be objects, it could be strings, it could be numbers, all kinds of things. And it returns some unknown response. Of course, when you define it, you would specify what is your request and what is your response. Then it takes allowed types. An allowed type is either a type or a creator function, or it could be array of types or array functions. Next, we have a method that we need to call for the service. And for this, we're gonna take action without the type because we don't care about type, we only care about the payload itself. And this method returns observable of response. And now we have also defined an inner pipe of how we're gonna handle this response. So it takes, again, action and a request if you need to use it, and it returns operator function, which take response and maps it to observable of action. And finally, we have our action creator for the failure target. So the first part is to create effect, of course, subscribe to actions, then apply of type. We're gonna check if it's an array, then if it's array, we're gonna spread it. Otherwise, we're gonna wrap it we're gonna write just a single item. And next, since this is a create concat map effect, we're gonna apply concat map operator. We are extracting the request and calling our method from the properties with this request. And next, we're gonna pipe this to this map inner pipe function. And map inner pipe function takes two generic parameters similar to the entire create concat map effect. So it takes request and action. So here we care also about type, and it returns response. And we define the inner pipe, the failure target, and our entire action. And now what we do inside is that first we're gonna spread this or destruct this into type, action group, and our payload. And then we're gonna call the inner pipe with action, or if there was an error, we're gonna map this error to the failure target by passing the original payload and the error. But we decided that handling state management boilerplate is nice, but we should apply generics to entire code because after all, we have duplicates all over the code base. And what we actually do is whenever we figure out there's some duplication, we try to see if we can apply generics in the TypeScript to reduce this code base. So for example, when we are paging some information from the backend, most likely when you're rendering some pages, you have to get a count from the backend to tell you how many pages are available. Now, getting the count from the backend might be a very expensive operation, especially if you're using NoSQL databases. And one trick to solve this is to fetch always one item more. So for example, if our page is 10 items, I'm gonna fetch 11. And if I received 11, that means that there is one more page available. And I'm gonna store this information in this has more items in the item count. And if I receive exactly 10 or less, I know that there are no more pages left. So we realized that we were doing this over and over in every structure. So we decided to wrap all our structures all our arrays in this pageable generic construct. where we have a single type. It can be whatever object, and then we define items as array of this type. We decide that we define the skip to know how many items we need to skip to fetch the next page. And then when we receive the items, we slice just the first 10 or page limit more generically. And we store the original item count in the items count, so we can figure out at a later point whether we have more items or not. And underneath you can see how we actually use it. So for example, class nominees extends pageable of nominee, which is a single interface. And using generics turned out to be very powerful because it also, as soon as you start using it more and more, it gives you this specific set of glasses or goggles, if you prefer, where every time you see a code duplication, you don't see a problem anymore. You actually see challenge, and you see the ways how you can improve things. And wherever you see the duplication, you actually see a generic structure that you can use. And one important thing is that when you start applying generics, you start to remove a lot of code. And what I like to do when I remove a lot of code, I like to play my goodbye playlist in the background. This is my goodbye playlist. There's some classical things like Andrea Bocelli's Time to Say Goodbye or Placebo's Song to Say Goodbye. So if you're interested, you can head over to this link. It's on a Spotify, and you can play it for yourself, see if you like it. So that would be it from my side. You can, again, here's the link to the Spotify playlist. As I mentioned, you can find me in most of the social networks using the handle Miroslav. And once you start using the generics, you might not immediately become superhero, but you will at least look like superhero in the eyes of your peers. So again, thank you from my side. Stay safe, stay healthy, and use generics.
Awesome, thank you, Miro. I was fascinated by all these pictures in between. You know, I have now staying, how do you call it, damages to my imagination.
Yeah, I'm a fan of photography, especially vintage ones. So
these are really nice. Where did you find them?
You just use Google and type vintage photography and all kinds of weird stuff pop up.
Okay.
Yeah, my collection of vintage photography is actually way weirder than this, but it wouldn't really be appropriate.
Apparently, your talk was a little bit on the really heavy side for people. They are not used to such heavy talks at night. No, which is why there are not millions of questions. Right before there was one my colleague removed, there was a guy asking if he can get the certificate afterwards. So for you want to get the certificate. I'm not sure, but you really want. This is a live stream, so I do not see that you are watching it, or if you're watching it. So for certificates of attendance, I cannot do, and I do not know if Miro does generic certificates, which would add, would be funny to have a generic certificate.
Yeah, I think if you want certificate, you can maybe buy Stefan's book on TypeScript. There's a lot of generics there, and maybe he can provide some sort of certificate for people who read his book.
Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, that was the book with the big 50 on it.
Yes, exactly.
Which is on my shopping list.
I just bought one copy some time ago, and today the hard copy arrived this morning somewhere.
Perfect. So there is this one comment. Antonio says, okay, no problem. Sorry, Antonio, but yeah. There is a comment from Anonymous, and he says, "I hope Pause gets the Nosca." So, okay, and then we are already through the long list of questions, guys. For those of you who are still trying to get on top with this boilerplate versus generics thing, and you are working on your question, there is still a little bit of time. I will try to make Miro think hard in the meanwhile. Then you still have some time. Miro, this is the mother of all questions. How did you get into software development? Did you always want to become a software developer? You can admit it.
No. So actually, it's a funny story. So ever since I was a kid, my cousin had a computer, and I wanted to have one. And he used to have this Commodore 64. We used to play a bunch of amazing games. And then that was my time to get a computer. And at that point, I didn't really know what would be the best for me. And PCs were just starting to be popular. I was living in a small town, and I kind of decided PC makes sense for the future. Or actually, I didn't decide. I was told that PC makes sense for the future. So I got my first PC XT with this small monochromatic screen that kind of makes you blind if you look for it for a long time.
A green or orange?
It was a green.
Oh.
So-called Hercules web card on it. So anyway, so I got this computer, and there was nothing on it. It was just DOS and nothing else. And I called a neighbor and asked him, "Hey, do you have some applications, maybe some games on the diskettes?" And he brought me this 5-inch 25 diskettes, and there were 2 or 3 games which weren't really working for my computer, so I had to use some emulators to even make them work. And he also brought me on one diskette Quick Basic. And he said, "Forget about games, just play with this is fun." And he gave me some book beginner book for Quick Basic. And of course I started with this, I don't know, print line, go to this, go to that, simple if for loops. And then the next thing I found out was how to make sound. And then I started programming my own melodies. And some years later, I got my 386, and my mother was working in a high school, and I went there to their informatics classroom, and I was roaming through the computers, see if I can scavenge something. And I stumbled upon these mod files, and I realized this actually plays the entire song. And I was fascinated by the fact that computers can play music, like real music. I didn't know that before. And I was bragging to a friend of mine how I found these amazing mod files and they can play the music. And he said, yeah, I have an application that can create these songs. I was like, what? No way. And then he gave me Fast Tracker, and then my next 20 years were lost making music, I guess. But among this, making music sessions, I also realized that this was written in Pascal, which I already knew. Of course, majority of it was written in assembly, which was quite heavy for me at that time. But I also constantly had a wish to create my own software that would make music. And that's how I started doing bits and pieces. And then the internet came by and I started making my own small websites. And then when the time came to decide whether I'm going to go to university to do computer graphics or architecture, I decided to go to software development, and pretty much that's how career happened.
That's funny. As Antonio is back. Thank you, Antonio. His was orange, so it's this. How did you call it in German? Bernstein, I think. Like, yeah, it wasn't better. You had the feeling that you need glasses because everything looked dull, not because of the green thing, but because everything simply looked orange.
The best thing about these screens was that if you, for example, play a game or just do whatever on the computer and then leave it by, like for example, I would pause the game and go to have a lunch. When I would come back, the graphics would be burned on the screen and it would take a couple of minutes for it to completely go away.
Yeah, I remember that. This is why they invented the screensaver.
Yes, pretty much.
Oh. Antonio would like to know how many languages do you dominate, Miro? Oh.
I wouldn't say I dominate any of the languages. I dominate my mother language, that's for sure. For the programming languages, I'm most comfortable in JavaScript and TypeScript. I did C#, Java, Ruby, PHP in the past, but I wouldn't say I'm that good in, because I'm mostly focusing on front end, so majority of the time I do just JavaScript and TypeScript.
Have you already tried Rust?
I started learning it now and it's really fascinating. I'm actually part of the small web audio DAW that I'm working on. I already hit some performance walls and I would like to replace pieces of code with Rust to see if that makes more sense.
Oh yeah, this has a lot of fun. There is Anonymous is back, I tell you. And there is one of these questions. This is why they posted as anonymous. You told us about the benefits of using generics. Do you think if there are some downsides of this approach?
I haven't found any downsides, to be honest, so far. Only the benefits. I guess you could overcomplicate stuff with generics, and then it would be, if they are not properly set up, it would make your code unreadable. But especially now with newer versions of TypeScript, even if you define your types with generics, when you use it later on, you don't have to necessarily specify generics, but as we've seen from Stefan's and Michael's talk, they are inferred from your usage. So they take the type that you define and then use it as a generic one. So unless that's not what you want, as we also seen, then you have to specify it implicitly, but explicitly, actually, not implicitly.
Yeah. Then you have to watch the previous talk again and very exact.
Yeah, I mean, generics are not complicated themselves. What I've shown was a rather complicated usage because the idea was to remove huge parts of boilerplate, but at the end of the day, it just comes to the specifying a generic type for a property or for a method, and then using it somewhere inside this method or property. So then infers based on the usage, infers what type you are using, and you can still use the same construct, the same functionality for different types without losing the type safety.
Okay, so feedback from Antonio. Okay, that's what I do. PHP, JavaScript, a little of C# too. Thank you for the session.
Thank you.
Great. So, and since there are no more questions coming in, and it's already very dark outside, there are 3 things I need to do. Number 1, I need to say thank you, Miro. It was awesome, but I also have to admit, I think I need to watch it again to really understand it. Because that's not my strong suit as a language. Number two, for all these people out there, before you came back from the virtual coffee house and joined us again, Miro is selling his black ears, also known as a snowboard. So whoever is interested, willhaben.at. So yeah.
Yeah, the board is called Rossignol Taipan, so that's how you're gonna find it.
Yeah.
Or you can search for my name.
So, and this was the very different part on WeAreDevelopers. You cannot find that anywhere else in the world. And number three is Miro, and I wish you, or I hope that Miro also wish you a nice evening. And now I cannot talk for Miro, but I think Miro would say yes. Hope to see you back again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Am I right, Gary? Okay, yes, okay, yeah, 1 p.m. So tomorrow I can sleep in. Oh, yeah, I can sleep until 6:30. Awesome. So thank you, Miro. Thank you, audience. You have been awesome. And do not forget, stay healthy, stay safe, and use generics.
Yeah, and if you care about the slides, if you would like to have this in more digital form, I'm gonna post slides on my Twitter in a few minutes. So you can head over to Twitter/Miroslav and you'll find it there.
Yes, and there it's Miroslav with 2 E.
Yes, with 2 E.
Okay. Bye-bye. Have a nice evening.
Bye.
Your app just crashed. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. Curiously, a hurricane just came down in Iran.
When magnetic fields move and electrons start flowing. When you feel that anything is possible. When the night can turn into day. Then a new modern world is possible. Electricity gives impulse to our imagination. Passion and precision are at the heart of our work. Anytime.
VKW. Energie für Generationen.